Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 319. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined today only by my son, Chris Ragon. Chris, it's like the old days, isn't it? How are you today, my friend? Welcome.
Pretty good. It feels strange. I think this because this has happened a couple times, I think, but I think the knowledge that this is going to be like the permutation for a while is strange. I think,
How long do you think Dustin will be able to stay away?
I don't know. I feel like he'll be back sooner than people think.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so. I gave him 3 months, 3 months. So, and it's August 8th. When we're recording, Holly just went into labor, like induced labor. So it should be born. Chris Collin, Dustin Furman should be here in the next 8 to 24 hours or something like that. So it's on now.
Yeah,
I think the timing starts from now-ish. So that would be September, October, and into November would bring us 3 months. He'll be back in November to do like his normal work, but I think he'll be back on the show in the coming weeks because he's, I think, low key. He says he's afraid, and then it's kind of like a joke, but it's not. He's afraid that the show will be better without him.
no,
Right? He's afraid that someone will come in and replace him somewhere.
That's insane.
Like on Punching Up or whatever. And I'm like, now I like feeding into that. A little bit of fear is good, So you like to feed into that a little bit. But it's going to be totally fine. This is the way for people that have listened to us for a long time, and that's many of you. This is the way the show used to be. So,
yeah. And I mean, just based on what's going on in the industry right now, it's going to be lean like the old days too. It's a little funny,
right? And then one of us is going to get laid off probably. All right. Well, welcome. It's good to be here with you, Chris. I was like, who else do we have? We have no one else to talk about. It's just me and you. I don't even know. When we started the show, the first episode of the show was like 90 minutes long.
I know. So short.
Yeah, now we don't even, and that was my instinctual kind of thing. That's a very IGN era thing. It's like, we kind of got to get this done in some sort of amount of time. It was only when it was up to me that the shows became much longer.
That it became egregious.
Well, it's funny, dude, because I just feel like people miss the forest for the trees with this kind of long podcast thing, in the sense that on YouTube and on podcast networks, you're being paid not by how many times people download something, but by how long they listen or watch something.
Yeah, it's watch time.
Right, exactly. So a 4-hour podcast, we have like our average watch time is like 45 minutes or something, which is actually pretty extraordinary when you consider it. And it's like, that's more valuable than a smaller podcast. I'm surprised more people don't lean into that, but they're just not smart. You know what I mean?
Not like us.
No.
No, I think long content has just kind of become the norm, though. I think people have gotten into this habit of kind of putting on really long videos in the background while they work, and it's just kind of the meta now, which is interesting because it feels like there was a time where that was definitely not conventional wisdom. You know what I mean? It definitely was like 5-minute max videos,
right?
For the best possible outcome. But now it's like short form content has taking a page out of the book of like podcasts. It's interesting. Yeah,
like you can either, we were talking about Mr. Beast the other day on the show, and it's like you can either have these like real schizophrenic videos with no frame longer than 48 frames before it skips to something else and all the rest, or you can spend time and do things the right way, in my opinion.
Yeah.
There's a lot of brainworm ADD out there now, and I'd get it because I'm one of them, But
oh, dude,
I put in the Discord the other day, I don't know if you saw, that Lex Friedman, who I love, scientist, philosopher, he put up an 8+ hour podcast last week. So
with who?
It's with Elon and like all of the people at Neuralink. So unfortunately, it's not one 8-hour conversation, but like 5 conversations spliced together.
Okay, yeah,
it's like a Neuralink special,
Yeah, that's like a marathon almost.
Right. Yeah, like a baton, like passing the baton kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm only a little more than halfway through it, but it's really good. But I'm like, wow, I can see a lot of people turning this on and be like, oh my God, this is like so intimidating.
Is it like a consistent conversation, or is it like they recorded one with one person and then they like set like, how like sometimes we break up recordings?
Yeah. It's like that, where it's like an hour and a half with Elon, and then they have like, an hour with like this guy at Neuralink, then like an hour with this guy at Neuralink, and so on and so forth.
Okay. Because I was about to say, like, dude, eight hours straight. of just talking to people sounds like hell.
Yeah, like that's hard.
Right.
I mean, Rogan, we've gone 5+ hours really consecutively with other than taking like a pee break, but it's basically all the same. I've done 2-3+ hour episodes of Rogan in my past, and that was all at one time, and that's a marathon. But he has gone, I think, 5 hours or so with people, which is it's cool. I mean, if it's natural,
Yeah.
But you got to take a break at some point. So
Yeah.
Dustin's gone. I think he's really gone. Now, he did say in the Discord right before we recorded that he could still maybe record today. He was joking, of course, and I was like, do it. You have no balls. But you'll be missing him here. You'll be missing him on Punching Up. He won't be on Constellation for a while, but he'll be back before long.
Yeah.
We're wishing him the very best. And Chris Collin, Dustin Furman coming into this world. So exciting.
Yeah. We'll get the actual name, this mystery name,
Right.
Which I think at this point is a little bit too hyped up to be really
Right.
satisfying. I feel like it's almost like a Half-Life 3 kind of situation where it's like nothing's going to be as satisfying as the name that we've chosen in our heads.
That's
It's
very
going to be
well
like
said.
Mickey or something.
Yeah, Mickey. Oh my God, Mickey Furman, little Mickey Furman. I hope that they're going with the Chris Collin, Dustin Furman. I'm not saying I think it's near 0%, but I don't think it's 0%. There is a reality in this infinite universe where Chris Collin, Dustin Furman is his name.
Right. Yeah.
Just like there's did I say this on one of the shows recently? I think I did that. I was reading about or listening to something about infinity in the infinite universe, and if the universe really is infinite, then everything has happened infinite times. Isn't that?
Yeah.
That's so.
I don't like. I hate thinking about that because it just like it trivializes everything.
Yeah,
although, like I sometimes find myself like I hate that rabbit hole because it's a rabbit hole that I naturally go down just like throughout my entire life. I find myself anytime I have a decision to make, I'm always like, it's almost like Detroit Become Human, where it's like I see the butterfly effect of like every possible minute outcome of every minor thing that I could possibly choose, and so I just don't do anything. And so I sit paralyzed in fear.
Right. That's the human
Not fun,
condition, my friend. It would be funny if you went to St. Peter when you die, you're at the gate, and then there's a big, beautiful 8K monitor behind them, right? Like the one you see at an Apple store. And on it is a Detroit Become Human-like map of your entire life. And most of it is blacked out, except for the specific path you took. But you can see all these choices and how they sprinkled off. And you're like, wait, what was that? And you're like, welcome to heaven.
Yeah. And you could see like where certain things would have like, it's almost like a bar where it like ends and it's like, oh my God, that decision would have killed me.
Right.
That's insane.
Right.
Man. Yeah, that makes me hope for nothing. Like I there's a curiosity in me that would be so fascinating, but I know that it would also piss me off to have like that information blacked out.
What if it's true? Because what if you went and then he was like, you can come to heaven, paradise, or you can jump back in, right? And figure out another path. And then
New Game Plus?
And that's purgatory. Yeah, like a New Game Plus. Like you could try again if you want.
But you wouldn't know. Or maybe you would have like flashes of memory. That's what like deja vu is, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Because I always loved how the Matrix dealt with deja vu. Because no one ever really I had never seen like fiction ever deal with it until then. Where it's like, that's what that is.
Did they deal with deja vu in the Matrix?
Yeah, and it's just a passing thing, but like they see a cat and then they see it again. Oh, and they're like it's a glitch in the deja vu is a glitch in the Matrix, and it often indicates someone has fucked with something in it.
Is that the first movie?
The first one, yeah.
Oh wow,
because I don't remember. I saw the second and third ones in the theater, but I had never seen them otherwise, so I don't even remember them really. I do remember the fight on the freeway with the twins. That was pretty cool. The blonde, like Matrixy twin characters that they had, the bad guys.
Yeah,
and they were like,
I've never seen the second, like the other ones. I've only seen the first one, but the first one I saw like so long ago that like I barely. That's due for a rewatch, I think.
Oh, dude, the first Matrix is like iconic. I was in high school when that came out, and it was. I don't want to say it's life changing, but it was like, wow, this is a really like you knew at the time. You're like, wow, this is a really deep movie, and I actually think it's Dagan and I might have done it recently more recently on Knockback, but I was like, wow, this is actually even more prescient than it used to be. The second two,
yeah,
a lot of people don't like them, but some people do.
I heard really just not. My introduction to those movies was the game. There was like a game called Enter the Matrix, which I kind of thought was there's like something about it that I actually really liked. Although I'm sure if like I go back to it now, it's going to be like a really disappointing mess. And then I saw the movie after that, The Weird Journey.
What I remember about Enter the Matrix was I was an intern for the first time at IGN when that came out, and I remember people really not liking it, and it was like clearly rushed. Like it's just kind of empty,
probably.
you know?
Yeah, I remember specifically vibing with it a lot because I played it on the Xbox, and the game was so green, and there was something about like that synchronicity of just like, wow, this is such a green game. It's the most autistic thing I think I've ever felt in my life.
One of them, maybe.
Probably. Top 10.
Top 10 autistic. You know what was a really great licensed movie game on Xbox? It was exclusive to Xbox, although I think they ported it later to PS3.
B-movie?
Chronicles of Riddick, which was based on Pitch Black, which was an amazing sci-fi movie. I love that movie. That game was fucking dope.
But, I heard really good. I've never played it. I heard really good things about it though.
Yeah, that game's cool. And there's a sequel, Butcher Bay or something like that I think was on all consoles later. But I highly recommend that film, Pitch Black, if you've never seen it. It's a good one. That's when, Vin Diesel's at a weird kind of like rise. I like him, but he has a weird kind of rise in the industry. This might have come up in some context in the past, but before he got involved in movies, and he was in like Saving Private Ryan, that was one of his first roles, and all the rest. He was like a nerd culture guy, and he understands it because there's videos of him in like 1994 at Toy Fair as like the hired guy at the booth for like Street Sharks or whatever kind of toy, and he's like doing all the things, and it's like he's just a huge nerd. So like you could tell when he got involved with some of the stuff, he immediately knew games were a place to exploit. Which is smart. So
it's weird to me that he was so early to it, but then I'm surprised he didn't stick with it, I guess.
Yeah, you think Fast and the Furious would have had good games,
it's crazy that they don't.
Right. They had like that one shitty game a few years ago that came out that like people made.
Where they went on stage to promote it.
You would think you would hire like a Criterion, like a Criterion or like a real racing studio, and get the licenses just like you do in the movie. And a little weird. Yeah. But that time has come and gone. And what's his name's dead now, right?
Vin Diesel?
No, the other guy in the series.
I was about to say, holy shit. I didn't know that.
Paul Walker. That's who I was thinking of.
Oh, right, yeah.
Which was sad when he died. That was a long time ago now, I guess. All right. Well, Chris, it's me, it's you. It's me and you and Fireman. Here he is.
Look at him.
And we're just hanging out. Some good things to talk about this week on Sacred Symbols of PlayStation Podcast.
Yeah.
We appreciate you guys being here with us. Patreon.com/LastDayMedia for early ad-free access, the ability to submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas to the show. RSS feeds for your favorite podcast service to get those early things on your Apple Podcast app, Spotify, whatever. You can get access to our Patreon exclusive Discord and more. Third Shift Weirdo wrote in. Remember, I put a thread on the news feed each week on Patreon. You can put your inquiries in that for the show, and then I pick through them. He says, "Hey there, fellas. I have newly renewed my subscription because I wanted to in lieu of an actual gift because I wouldn't know how to get it to him. Contribute to Dustin's paternity leave. Not exactly sure how Patreon funds are distributed, but I thought my small portion might help things out at Last Stand. I also wanted to listen to the Jaffe mailbag after hearing it mentioned on the last few episodes, and it did not disappoint. Love you guys and be well." That's so wonderful. Thank you for joining us. Patreon.com/LastDayMedia. We simply could not do this without you over there. So thank you to the 13,000 plus of you over there that do support us. I don't pay Dustin in money in US dollars. So
yeah,
I pay him in canned goods.
Canned goods and tips and tricks.
Tips and tricks, right. Game help.
Right, yeah.
I pay him in game help. I buy one. Good.
You send him PDFs of guides that you've written to games he's not playing. That's his tip.
I just hope I link up with him one day, like where it's actually for a useful game for him at the time. But I don't keep up with what he's playing all the time.
No.
My water's not in here. That's gonna be a problem because I'm getting a little parched.
Go grab it.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead and entertain everyone.
How's it going, everybody? It's me. Colin's a fool, and he forgot his water. I came prepared. I take this very seriously. And so I came here. I have my notebook in front of me with all of these canned pre-written responses. I have my trusty smart water, and I have a loaded gun just in case it gets too much for me and I get stressed out. How's it going? You back? You back with your water?
I got it. Thank you. That was very kind of you.
Yeah, no problem.
Because I was just going to text Micah and have her bring it to me, but she's not my servant. My
No,
manservant.
I've definitely felt that before where I'm like, damn, I left my water. And I don't want to like interrupt the flow.
Right.
So I'll just sit here dying.
Yeah, I've done usually for a show this long, I'll definitely like make a plea if something like to get up water at some point. But I have raw dogged like a 2 or 3 hour podcast where I'm like, God damn. You notice in like the first 5 minutes and I'm with a guest or something.
Yeah.
And I can't be like, Jonathan Blow, just give me a minute. I need to go get my water. Very professional, you know?
Yeah.
All right, let's see what else is on here. All right, so yeah, third shift weirdo. Thank you for subscribing. All of you, thank you for subscribing. Dustin's well. I will continue to pay him, believe it or not. So
yeah,
I should be like, you can go on parental leave, you just don't get paid. So it's basically like you're on furlough.
Just, yeah. So you're temporarily fired.
How do you feel about the paid leave thing? Like, do you think that should be? That's a big political conversation with people. I feel like it's almost obvious to give your people space to like they'll be happier and healthier. You know, I think in the long run, people don't make the long run decisions in business very often, in my opinion. Yeah.
No, I mean, I think obvious, like just based on just a pure, just a basic self-preservation kind of thing. I just feel like having kids is so inconvenient and such a tough sell in the first place, especially like now. Like with like the economy and just like how expensive it is to even just have a baby in the first place. Like just the hospital fees alone are crazy. So like there's so many inconveniences in the way of having kids, but having kids is like a good thing to encourage. So anything that we would do to that is, or to make that easier for people, is like, it's a no brainer to me. I think it's for the good of everybody, really.
Yeah. It almost bothers me that it has to be a governmental thing, because it just seems like it should be a thing that like people do, right? But like, it's crazy to me that he would come up to me. I'm the boss, like I'm the CEO, right? And he's like, I'm having a child. I'm like, all right, you get 2 weeks, or you get no, or like what happened to my dad when he was a fireman in New York City, you get nothing, you know? It's like too bad, you know? Like,
the thing is, I mean, the thing is like the unfettered profit incentive just always leads to externalities, like it's eventually. And so you just kind of, unfortunately, sometimes people have to be strong armed into doing the right thing. It sucks.
That's true.
But it is the nature of things sometimes.
That's well said. Yeah, that's very well said. Because, there are all sorts of externalities, like you say. But yeah, I'd rather just people be happy. Now, if he starts doing, we know now that Dustin loves having sex, right? and so if he has like an Irish baby style situation where, you know, like they call it Irish babies, at least on Long Island, where you have 2 kids, and now it wouldn't be possible this year, but you have a kid in like January and then a kid in like November. You know?
Oh my God!
And like many, that's like, and I you know. I guess it was based on the joke that Irish would breed like babies or like rabbits, but I guess like maybe everyone does in some sense. And I always, my sister and brother, I have 2 sisters. My older sister and Dagan were born like 15 months apart, I guess. So you're getting kind of in that. That's
kind of close.
Yeah. So it's like, Dustin, don't be pulling any fucking nonsense. You know?
Yeah.
Give it a couple of years. It's going to be hard without you around here. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. You know, he's prepared apparently. So
now he's all prepped. He's got a bunker all set up under his house.
Yeah. He's ready to go. He'll be back. Yeah. All right. Sacred Symbols Plus episodes recently over on Patreon. If you want to check them out. Gene and I sat down for a 2-hour conversation about the death of Game Informer. That was an interesting conversation about magazines and the magazine era. And just media generally, a lot of different talk, especially from someone like him who's in the mainstream media at the Washington Post. We did an episode that's not live yet at the time this will go live, but it will go live the day after on Saturday on Patreon. It's a lengthy conversation, 2+ hours again, with me and Chris, as well as Brad and Gene, about Bungie and what went on there. We really don't talk about Bungie at all here. There's a lot in this episode. There's a lot in this episode that we're recording now. There's a lot of kind of smaller things to get into, though, and we got into all of that. Very, very good episode. I think you guys will enjoy that. Jaffe did a mailbag recently. We did a whole episode about Pentiment. Sacred Cross Duke happened. So go check all of those out over on Patreon. And, of course, merch at laststandmedia.store. And if you want to come see us in San Diego on September 6th for Sacred Cross Duke and meet all the people, see everyone, hang out, bit.ly/Sacred Dukes, SACREDDUKES. Please come join us.
Yeah.
We'd love to see you there.
Absolutely.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by BetterHelp, a convenient, affordable, and flexible way for you to access the talk therapy you may need. Learn more now at betterhelp.com/symbols and start your therapy journey today. We often talk on Sacred Symbols about taking care of yourself, mind, body, and spirit, and we mean it. Without these three working together in harmony, you'll never be at your full potential. Tending to the body is vital, of course, but perhaps also a little more straightforward. But what about your mind and spirit? For these, you've got to go deeper, and a great way to do so is with therapy. And I say this as someone who goes and sees someone in my own life, and have on and off since I was a child. So, needless to say, I have some experience on the subject. And the reality is this: by talking to a licensed professional that can help you see through life's trials and tribulations, loss, heartbreak, sadness, anxiety, and on, you can confront what ails you and then equip yourself with the gear necessary to overcome these obstacles. So yes, therapy is a great tool, but what I really like about BetterHelp, and why I've been happy to promote the brand for years now, is because they strive to reduce and eliminate the barriers that stand between people and getting the mental health care they seek. See, I'm one of the lucky ones who has a local provider, but also has health insurance, transportation, a flexible schedule, and so on. This doesn't describe a lot of people, sadly, and so they may not be able to get with a therapist for one reason or another. But because BetterHelp is entirely online and predicated on distance, with sessions conducted over video, audio, or even just by text, so much of the hassle and stress of even getting with a talk therapist is immediately overcome. And because of how easy and convenient BetterHelp is, prices are reduced, access is increased, and you can get with a licensed professional ASAP by simply filling out a brief questionnaire about yourself and your needs and goals. And hey, if you don't sync with your therapist, you can always swap for another one that's more in line with what you're looking for. Therapy helps in my life and has for a few decades now. Will you open your mind and heart to the potential of talk therapy and how it can help you overcome life's challenges? Never skip therapy day with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/symbols today. That's BetterHelp.com/SYMBOLS to get 10% off your first month of therapy sessions. Again, that's betterhelp.com/symbols for online therapy that can help you right now. Let's get into some inquiries from the audience. Stretch/spread our legs, depending on your persuasion. Travis Thompson wrote in and said, "Hey, fellas, I'm writing in this week to say we lost our dog Moose this past week. He meant the world to my girlfriend and I. Moose was a great dog, and we listened to the show many times on our walks together. I felt like I lost a piece of myself when we lost him, and I just wanted to say thank you for all the times you kept us company." That's terrible. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah, just wanted to acknowledge Moose. He was just a pup.
Yeah, that's a great name for a dog, by the way.
It is.
Love that.
Yeah.
It's none of this Paul business or Hunter or something. I appreciate a name that's very clearly not a person.
Right.
On an animal.
Right. I like the person names more with cats because I think it's funnier.
I agree.
Micah's parents have a cat named Billy, which I think is very funny.
Right. Yeah.
But I agree with you generally. That's why I love the name. I love the name Rush, although it's inspired by Mega Man. It's kind of like the in between where that's kind of a real name. I know some people have messaged me being like, "I thought you named him after Rush Limbaugh." I'm like, "You thought I named my dog after Rush Limbaugh? Why would you think that?" Like I had a real passion for Rush Limbaugh.
Your dog engaging in conspiracy theories is an amazing thing to imagine.
But it's but it's still human, in some sense. And then you get kind of a little crazier if you want. Get a little crazier,
It's fringe. It's like fringe human. I would describe it. Because I remember when my parents got the dog that was supposed to be mine, but then they named it. So I was like, all right, well, this is yours. You stole this from me. You can't do that. But I wanted to name. I always wanted a dog to name. I really wanted to name a dog Crash.
Oh yeah,
my whole life.
That's great. Yeah.
And then they named it. And I was just like, all right,
you still have plenty of time. I held the name Rush with me for years, 35 years, really, So you'll have your chance.
One day. Yeah.
I'm confident. And I'm going to let Micah name the cat because I named both dogs. Well, Rush, she wasn't around for Rush, but I was like, come on, man. If we're going to get a Rush, we have to have a treble.
Yeah.
Please.
Well, how do you feel about cats with like Mr. names?
It's a little too cute by half for me.
Yeah. It's you're overreaching.
Yeah, trying too hard.
Yeah, it's too much.
Because that's like a cop out. Where it reminds me of Meet the Parents, Mr. Jinxie Cat.
Right.
And, it's like you can add Mr. before anything and it becomes very cutesy and childlike, but it's just a cop out. It's easy. Think deeply about the name you're going to give the animal. Like when I was in 4th grade and had a cat and I named her Chun-Li.
That's great.
Yeah, and she lived until 2009, and she's buried in my backyard.
I think you can get away with it if you subvert the cutesy. Like if it's like, this is my cat, Mr. Diabetes. I think that's amusing enough where it's like, okay. Although you're not going to call it Mr. Diabetes every time. You're going to shorten it to diabetes and people are going to be confused.
Right. That's true.
Or
name it like a very serious business name, like Mr. Steel, or something
Mr.
like that.
Steel. That's like a final boss.
Yeah, exactly. Mr. X. That would be from Kung Fu on NES. Yeah, that would be sick. Moose, R.I.P. in peace. You will be missed.
Yeah.
Meatball wrote in. Said, how does it feel to be the official PlayStation podcast of Heed the Call? You threw your feature twice in their teaser promo. Can't wait for the first episode on Monday. Did you see this, Chris? Now, you would have only seen it because Dustin put it in Discord, I think.
Yeah.
But you would have otherwise not come across this. But just to catch people up, I had a soliloquy the other day. Not the other day. It was like a couple months ago.
It was a while ago, yeah.
Around the NFL, one of my favorite podcasts went away. And I was completely bummed out about it. And so the podcast came back kind of with like under a new name with just one of the guys doing it at NFL and there was a big mystery about what was going on with the other 2 guys. And there was 4 of them at one point, but one of them passed away a few years ago. So I talked about it on the podcast, and then so they're doing a new show, and they inevitably were, called Heed the Call, which is actually a reference to the deceased member, the 4th member of the old podcast. And my little thing was twice placed in their little like intro of like where they went and the mystery behind it all and stuff like that. And it was really cool. So yeah, I'm really excited to see that comes out soon. I think next week from when we're recording. And so, yeah, I did see that. So many people reached out about it, which I thought was really, really cool. And if you go to the comments on like Instagram and in other places it was on YouTube and then it got pulled down actually because people found it. It was just hidden there. I think that because they were using it as a place for people to kind of just watch it internally. And then someone figured out the link, I guess. And even the comments on that were all like, a lot of them were about us too, which was cool. So yeah,
that is cool. Yeah. It's always funny whenever like this is obviously in the realm of media that I have no knowledge of or anything, but it's always funny whenever people, I sometimes forget that what we do is what we do. And so, because somebody mentioned like, oh yeah, I saw you on a Luke Stevens video or something. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? What could you possibly be talking about? And I was like, oh yeah, we do a video game show every week for the last 7 years. Mm-hmm. It's weird when we pop up somewhere else.
Who's that guy? Bomberman or whatever?
Oh, H-Bomber guy, yeah.
Yeah, Bomber guy. He made fun of me in his last video.
I do, yeah, I remember that.
And a lot of people were messaging me about that too. And I'm like, yeah, you kind of just pop up in various things, I guess, from time to time.
Yeah.
Nothing you can really do about it. I'm always interested though. Like, I wish I had a better AI will make this better as like Google Gemini or whatever starts really spidering videos and doing all that kind of stuff. But you'll eventually really get into the nitty gritty of like where you've been mentioned and all that kind of stuff. Because most of that stuff is in the bowels of podcasts and videos that aren't spidered by the search engines,
Right.
And that's going to be when things get a little more mysterious. Because here's the thing, Chris, and I don't know if you're like this or not, but I've totally always admitted it, is that I search for my name. I want to know what people say about me. I've said this, I've admitted this for fucking 25 years where I'm like, no, I'm not always looking. I don't have a fucking Google alert set for it, but I'm curious, like, what are people talking shit? Did I do something wrong? Are people upset about something? And so I do look and see, and people are like, oh, that's so vain and that's so stupid. And I'm like, no. You don't understand. And this is not me being mean. It's just that every person out there is never going to get mentioned on these things. You don't know what it's like. So there's like a level of like, and I'm not saying it's because I'm better than you or anything. It's just, you don't know. No one's ever going to make a video about you. No one's ever going to mention you and make fun of you on a podcast. No, like that's actually a possibility. It happens to me pretty often. And so I want to know.
Right.
And I feel like it's too easy for people to shrug that off. And so most people always just up front said like, yes, I do search for my name.
Right. Yeah. Most people will never be the subject of thousands of people's conversations consistently, you know, like, and so, yeah, I mean, I don't really. I go through periods of time where, like, when I do more YouTube stuff, like if I'm more active on YouTube, I will do it because a lot of it is good content or like good assets. Because sometimes I'll just like look for things that people say about it or say about me that like might address a certain argument that I want to make, and I'll use it as like an example. But I haven't name searched in like probably years. Like a couple years at least. I don't care that much. But if I start picking up with YouTube stuff again, you know, if I post a new video, I usually like check just to see what people are saying.
Right.
But it's like maybe like an hour or two.
It's not a matter of like people will make a YouTube video about me like once a week probably, you know, or something like that. And it's like, and then nothing's big. That's why the H-Bomberman thing was people were mentioning it to me because I was like, oh, usually it's like some dude coming home from work in his car, speaking into his phone on his dashboard about how I'm a fucking retard.
Yeah.
You know? And it's not that you become somewhat hardened to all that stuff. It's about the awareness of it. Like, I don't feel properly equipped as a media person without knowing at least what the conversation is about me. But what I've noticed over the years, because I'll do it like once a week maybe or something on Google, it's just like Google my name and then go to like, you know, filters and like last week, is like it's almost nothing usually. Back in the day, it was so much, you know, and so it's kind of nice. You're almost monitoring it to make sure it's still okay. You know, is it still okay? Because there were times where I'd search and it would be like a million things, and I'd be like, oh no. Like in 2017 or back when I was at IGN and I would review a big game or something, it's like now it's people would find old things of mine and make fun of them and like circulate them. Like that kind of seems to have died down. I'm not that important anymore. I don't think I was ever that important, but certainly by reach, I'm not that important anymore. So it kind of reaffirms that it's okay. Like I'm okay, you know, but the mystery of it, I don't like the mystery, and that things are happening on places where I don't go, like TikTok or Blue Sky or whatever. Like I have no idea what's going on about me there. Like I can't know everything, you know? Nonetheless.
Yeah, I found this like weird thirst edit of something that I like because I made like this. It was like a segment of a video I did about I think Resident Evil and the response to like oh my god, the Lady Dimitrescu and how everybody was like
that's right, yeah,
thirsting after, and then like somebody used my audio as like an inspirational like Short King TikTok thing, and it was so funny. But I found that out of nowhere, or Smokey, my friend Smokey sent it to me. And it's just like, oh my god, yeah, there's shit happening constantly. The thing that I don't like though is like whenever I like actually like intentionally try to engage with someone, and then they're like, what? Why are you wasting your time on just like a guy with like 5 followers? Like, what are you doing? You have anything better to do than respond to me? It's like, I think you're a person.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what do you mean? Like, wouldn't it be weirder if I ignored you just because you weren't famous? Like, I don't get it. It's very bizarre.
There's no winning with that kind of thing too. I used to get mad at that too when I would punch back at people or whatever, and they'd be like, I'm no one. And I'm like, well, who do you think? So I have to just take it?
Right.
Because I'm someone in this space. You're someone somewhere. Like you don't have any responsibility for. Anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you for writing in.
Yeah, Meatball. Also a great name for a dog.
Yeah, definitely. And a great meat. Just a great way to eat meat. You know, I had meatballs last night. Shout out to you, Meatball.
Yeah, shout out to the
By
meatballs.
the way, I'm supposed to be keeping timestamps. I forgot about this. So I think I used this footnote functionality on Zencastr since Dustin has to go and have sex and have children. Now I have to do this.
We should just make the timestamps up.
Yeah, we should. Yeah, the audience would love that.
I would do that totally. That would be something I would do on if I had the focus necessary to like really put that kind of time into like fucking with the Snark Tank edits, I would totally put in just completely incorrect timestamps every single episode for nobody's benefit or amusement but my own.
I was a timestamp resistor for a long time as a creator until you just kind of have to capitulate to what the audience really wants and the benefit or not of the benefit or not of what did you just text me, Mike? Make the whole show Oh, Micah says make the whole show one big timestamp labeled potpourri.
All right.
That's not a bad idea, but
yeah,
because then I don't have to do all this. You know,
it's different. It's different for a show like this, I guess, which is more like segment oriented. Like I wouldn't even know how to begin timestamping the Snark Tank. It's a mess, and he often circles back into the same thing.
Right,
and like,
right.
You know, it's ever weaving in a way that just doesn't work.
Was I'm not a user of timestamps in content that I listen to. Like I don't. It's sometimes interesting to see, but I don't jump around the shows I listen to. I just want to listen to them or not. And
yeah.
So I can't relate as a creator, but I've realized that like it's just incumbent on me to kind of bend to the whims of the audience with these kinds of things because they really do want them, and so I respect that. But yeah, it's because I'm the same way. I'm like I don't know like where things truly end and begin in some of these conversations, and it's a bummer when we put out podcasts where we often don't do that to the Sacred Symbols Plus episodes. We just they're kind of like an episode you're supposed to raw dog the episode.
Yeah,
you know? Like for God's sake. Listen, I put all this work into this stuff. Can't you show me the respect?
Right.
You know, as a creator, I'm just some fucking douchebag. I'm only kidding. Meatball, be well. All right, I'm going to try this now by using the footnotes functionality. There we go. Austin Abbott wrote in. Said, hello, Sacred Crew. One of my coworkers left their prescribed anal cavity cream in one of the bathrooms at my work. His address, doctor's office, and instructions on the best way to put the cream on his ass are all on the tube. I want to note that I didn't say it was hemorrhoid cream. It specifically said anal cavity cream. He was on vacation last week, so the tube of anal cream just sat there, not moving an inch. The situation is awkward because he's returned from vacation now and the tube of cream is still sitting there. What do I do? Do I return his much-needed anal cream? His ass has got to be hurting after being away from it, but the awkwardness might kill us both. Should I leave it there and pray he eventually stumbles back upon it? Thanks for the time and heed the call. Thank you, Austin, for writing in. This is a tough one. He might not need it anymore. I mean, don't you think he's okay? Maybe it indicates he's okay now? His butthole?
Yeah. Yeah, or that he, like, if he really needed it, he probably would have been like, oh, I lost it. I'll get a replacement. You know what I mean? I would say leave it. Because you don't want that interaction. That interaction's not good for anybody, really. Right. That's a negative. That's a net negative on both of your lives. So I just leave it and see what happens.
Yeah, it's not your problem.
Right.
You know? It's your burden that you know.
Right.
Unfortunately. But it's not your problem. Like, he's got to watch out for his own anal healthcare. And if he left his tube of cream in there, then that's on him. And he clearly isn't missing it.
Yeah, he clearly isn't missing it, or he's remedied the situation, or he has like extra or whatever. Like, I don't know. I avoid this at all costs.
I'm going to Google this, but I'm going to bring up a incognito window because I don't want to fuck with my own search shit.
Anal cavity cream?
Anal cavity.
I've never heard of that. Just so that's such a great value way to describe whatever the hell this is.
Yeah, it's bringing up hydrocortisone rectal medicine, which is what you were saying, but I don't see it. What cream is good for sphincter pain?
Oh my God. Oh man.
Oh no.
I'm so happy I've never once thought to Google that.
Yeah, I mean I thankfully I didn't click on the image tab. So.
Oh yeah, definitely don't. Avoid that like the plague. But
I'm looking over here. I always have on my second screen on the right side of my second screen is always Spotify up, and the last song I listened to was Eiffel 65 Blue because I hate it so much.
Wait, you hate that song?
I hate it.
Why?
Because Micah had brought it up in some context, and then I went and listened to it last night when I was putting questions together for the show. Because so the I'm blue, like that part's like whatever, generic.
It's great.
But the spoken word parts, dude, when that came out when I was in like 10th grade, and I remember at the time, like literally at the time being like, is this for real? Like, this is a real song? Because of that intro, so I was like, listen up, here's a story. It's like, this is the best take.
Dude, it's iconic.
You know? I can't, that might be the worst song I've ever heard in my life. I have to be honest.
That can't be real. No, that's insane. You have like Cotton Eye Joe and
the
like
Rednecks. Yeah. They're up
that's
there
not
too.
even redneck. That's not even red. I feel like do rednecks like Cotton Eye Joe? I can't imagine that
Cotton
they
Eye
do.
Joe's band was called the Rednecks. Rednex. That was.
Oh, okay, all right. I thought you were just saying the demographic.
No. I remember that was the name of the band because I was like, it's very 90s. You know. Oh, Cotton Eye Joe's horrible. You know.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. The chorus of I think the melody of I'm Blue is really great. The way they performed it, a little rough, but that's like, listen up, hail the star. Like, it is insane. It's Eurotrash, like
totally
100%, and it's great. You know,
yeah, good for them.
Broken English.
They made a lot of money doing that song. And
Eiffel 65 famously also they had that song, My Console, all about the PS1.
That's right. Yeah.
We were just talking about that.
First, they only have a couple records here. I can't look into this right now. I can't start looking around on Eiffel 65 because then Spotify's going to be like, "Oh, you want this?" You know?
You do.
And I'm like, well, I guess that's what I told you.
Tomb Raider. It's literally just an SIE employee's spreadsheet sung to music or something. It's insane.
Oh,
it's just listing games.
That's funny.
And that's the song.
Eiffel 65. Be well, my friends.
Be well.
All right. At Austin, I don't know. Mind your own business.
Yeah.
Card Captor Corey wrote in. Oh, hold on. It's like plane. This is going to be a real distraction for me doing this. I have to figure out a better way. Card Captor Corey wrote in and said, "Hey guys, easy question. What is the best seat on the plane? Window or aisle? Also, would you rather be in Comfort Plus or whatever the middle class is, or would you rather have the emergency exit row?" So I think I told the story years ago, no doubt, that I never flew first class in my entire life. And then in 2018 or 2019, I got bumped on Alaska Air to a first class seat. And I was like, wow, this really is a complete game changer when you fly first class on an airplane. Just having space and like you can move around and be comfortable and sleep and do all these kinds of things. And so with cross-country flights, not that I've taken too many of them since, but I really have to be in first class now for that stuff. I'll pay the extra and just like do it because it just removes so much stress and burden from it.
Oh, yeah.
And in that case, and by the way, I do like the late night or early morning first class flights. I'm never going to be like on a first class flight at like 3 p.m.
Oh, no,
like,
impossible.
Oh, you want to fly it's like $2,000. I'm like, no, not doing that.
Yeah.
But you could fly pretty cheap first class, like on like a red eye or whatever.
Oh yeah, I think I always do red eyes.
Yeah, especially from LA. LA is a wonderful place to do red eyes from because it just goes everywhere. Same with New York and other spots. So when I used to fly from LA to Philadelphia to do Knockback with Dig, I would fly first class on like the overnight flight, and it would be like $400 one way or something, which is like totally reasonable. If you took that flight in the middle of the day and were like first class, it was literally like $2,500. Yeah. I'm like, no. So I bring that up only because I used to have back in like economy, and I'll still fly economy or whatever if it's a shorter flight. I don't give a shit. It's just like the longer flights where you really want to be comfortable. I like the aisle seat because I don't want to bother anyone. That's like a big thing for me is I want to be able to come and go out of this seat unencumbered from having to worry about what everyone else wants and thinks. So that is the reason why I have that there. Now it comes with its own level of you getting bumped into sometimes, and you have to get up and you can have annoying people next to you and all the rest. But I'd rather be annoyed than annoying someone else. And so that's my mantra. The window seat's great, but I got my bladder's too small and I got too many, sometimes I gotta poop. You gotta
on the plane?
No, that's true. I don't remember the last time I pooped on a plane. I want to knock on wood though, because I must have pooped on a plane at some point. I mean, I've flown to like really long flights. I don't know that I'd be able to hold it for that long, but maybe,
Yeah. I guess I guess if you're flying to like Japan and Europe and Germany, all these places, I've never flown outside of the country really. Unless you count Puerto Rico, which is not really. It doesn't really count. Puerto Rico. And so I've never been on a plane long enough to feel. First of all, I've used the bathroom on a plane maybe like twice my entire life. I don't like it. I don't care. I can hold it for long enough. It's usually like the longest flight that I've been on is like in the country is probably like 7 hours. So it's like it's not a problem at all, especially if you plan ahead and just go in the airport. Just makes it a lot better. So I'm always window seat because I just never have to get up. So I just get to sleep uninterrupted. Nobody wakes me up. Nobody bothers me. The window has the added benefit too of getting every little bit of extra space helps, And so that little kind of like extra bit of room that needs to be there for the window, the curve, it's like, it's great. It's not first class, obviously. I've flown first class, I think maybe once on like American many years ago. I can't even remember the context of why. I think it was one of those days where I was just like, I've never done this before. I'm curious. Let me give this a shot. And it was really cool. Just being able to like lie down in like a chair that just becomes a bed basically and actually being able to sleep is pretty sick. But I don't know. I haven't flown since first class.
The international first class stuff, like where the planes get bigger, I've always flown in like the fucking ass end of every international flight I've ever been on in my entire life. But if like you go, they have like the different segments where it's like, this is kind of first class and this is also kind of first class. And then they have like the really nice ones where they have like pods. And then you can get, and then like Emirates and some of these more expensive airlines have like bedrooms and shit for people.
That's crazy.
And which are like, $25,000 or something, something insane like that. And it is internationally, I would like to try it, but it is so much more expensive. And so I think on international flights, I'd be in like one of those, this is kind of first class seats, but not the first class seats. And not also one time back from Germany. So what is it? I'm trying to think of the seats, like 5, 6, 5 or something like that on these huge planes.
Something like that.
And I sat in the middle of the middle row on that flight and wanted to blow my fucking brains out. I think it was 16 hours, something like that, because it was from Berlin to San Francisco. It's a long ass flight.
Yeah, those planes freak me the fuck out though. Like I've been on only one of those planes where it was like a 565, and I got kicked out of that plane before the flight even took off. So I never actually flew on one. So I remember, oh man, I can't. The story was so long ago at this point, I can't remember the details. But I got on the plane. And then we were like stalling. Like we were stalling at the gate. And I had a connecting flight somewhere else that I was definitely going to miss because like the layover was like so quick. And I was like, hey, what's going on? Like, am I going to have trouble when I land at this other place and then have trouble getting on another plane to get to this place that I have to be at like at a certain point today? Like, is this going to be a problem for me? And then they were like, oh, well, we don't know. We're still trying to figure something out. I can't remember. I think the pilot said he was like, they said something insane. I can't remember what it was. Almost like the pilot's sad or something. It's what it felt like they were telling me. That's what it felt like they were telling me. So I went up, I got my bags, and I went outside to talk to like the person at the gate or whatever. I was like, hey, am I gonna have a problem when I land in this other place? Because I really don't want to deal with that. And they were like, we'll figure something out when you get there. And then I tried to go back on the plane, and then they said, you can't come back on the plane. And I was like, why? And they didn't give me a reason, but I specifically remember saying, I made some snarky reply. I've mentioned this on a show before. If somebody can find it, they have the details of it. But I said something that made some of the passengers laugh at the pilot. And I don't think they appreciated it.
Oh, I see.
Or something.
I see.
So I was like, all right, fine. Kick me out. It's fine.
Pilot is sad.
It really felt like that. It really felt like that's what they were saying. But I can't remember the specifics. I wish I this is why I gotta write my memories down. So they just fade away.
I've been trying over time to write my dreams down because they're so fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And then even then I start getting kind of bored of doing it.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, what am I, a diarist? Like,
yeah.
Dear diary. Like, I don't know. Who cares what I did today? Like, what does my posterity mean for anyone else but me? This thing, right? I think about someone finding like my 25 volumes of journals and literally throwing them in the garbage because they're like, who cares?
Yeah. Who's this? Who the fuck is this guy?
All right. Thank you for writing in. All right, card captor Corey, I appreciate it. Sorry, I'm distracted because I have to do these timestamps. I have to be much better about it.
I can do them.
Oh no, it's okay. Don't worry about it because you don't have the access to this particular thing here on this that like attaches it to the video.
Oh, but I could just like write down the timestamp, like what the time is.
I would agree with you in premise, but I feel like if I do anything differently than what Dustin and Ben want, they just get upset.
Okay,
So,
fair. Yeah, fair enough.
These guys are very sensitive to production. You know,
They're very.
I
very
appreciate
particular.
though your go-getterness on this particular topic. Demetrios Rodriguez wrote in and said, "Hello, gentlemen. Serious inquiry. I'm sorry. Japan unleashed a 36.8 billion yen intervention after the currency tanked to a 38-year low against the U.S. dollar. Did you see this, by the way? It's a good time to go to Japan. And spend your money if you want.
I'm about to go tomorrow.
Bumping interest rates to a whopping 0.25% from 0% to 0.1%, hitting levels not seen since 2008. That's insanity, by the way. There's basic free money over there, thus triggering a meltdown. Do you think this has to do with Dustin potentially not buying more anime statuettes for the foreseeable future because of his fatherly duties? Doesn't it seem like a coincidence that Chris Collin, Dustin Furman docks consequently veering around his importance to the Japanese economy? This isn't looking good, boys. I'm concerned. We need more protective jars on his toys. Much love to the community. It would be amazing if Dustin's weeb stature was so substantial that it could be tracked in Japanese economic reports.
Yeah.
Because he finished One Piece, which is...
That's crazy.
It's sad.
It's concerning.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
At the very least.
There is nothing that I've ever loved in my entire life that would keep my attention like that. I got to be honest. Like there's nothing that could be done that would have me watching it for, what is it, like 1,000 episodes? I would have tapped out of that. I would have tapped out of Seinfeld at literally 300 episodes. I would be like, all right, I'm done with Seinfeld. Like I can't do this anymore. Like it's...
Yeah, there's a limit.
And this dude's watching this trash. No, I'm only kidding. It's fine.
It would be like if the Bible kept going.
Right.
I don't think the religion would be as popular if it just kind of like you had like the Old Testament, New Testament, and then they're like, we're good here. We're not going to overstay our welcome. There could have been like 15 testaments, but they showed their restraint. They didn't introduce like what is it that we talked about the other, like Jesus's cousin Craig. They didn't introduce like, we barely know anything about Jesus really. We know enough about him to be interested. And they understood. They understood the assignment as far as I could. No, I think I would have tapped out on pretty much it. Like, there's no shot Seinfeld I would have watched for 1,000 episodes. There's no shot Breaking Bad I would have watched for 1,000 episodes. There's only so much care that you can have dedicated to these things. And I think, generally speaking, these things taper off at the point where they need to. Like, I think Breaking Bad ended at a perfect point. I think Seinfeld ended at a perfect point. Anything beyond it is just egregious and kind of... it doesn't benefit the actual thing, in my opinion.
It's like, who do you think you are?
Yeah, how dare you?
They're like, what are you doing? Yeah, what are you writing? This is like an epic. This is insanity.
That's 100 episodes of 10 other great shows that you don't have the time to watch now.
Right. That's right. And I don't even know what I know. The One Piece is like a thing, right? And they're all trying to find it. That's what it's about, right?
Yeah, it's like a piece of treasure or something. It's like a mythical kind of some big pirate was like, hey, I got a piece of treasure out there. It's crazy. And then he died, and everybody's like looking for it. And it's called the One Piece, I think. But then there's like fruits that make your skin rubber or something. I don't know, man.
It's just like
it's a lot.
Doesn't everyone understand though, Chris, that no matter what, that's going to be disappointing. When you've gone on and on and on and on and on and on and on.
It's too much, man. It's too much. And look, there are series that I really like that have gone on for too long as well. But at least there's like a certain degree of like separation. You know how like Dragon Ball is its own show, right? And then it's Dragon Ball Z, and that's its own thing. And then it's Dragon Ball Super, and that's its own thing. Arguably too long, but there's at least like a sense of finality to those individual, arcs or One Piece is it's all One Piece. All of it is just the first season to me, and it's like 1,000 episodes. No,
yeah, And trust me, it's the irony is not lost on me that we're saying this on episode 319 of Sacred Symbols.
Right. Yeah, of course.
Trust me that the irony is not lost on me. I don't care. You know?
Right.
Not when it comes to making fun of Dustin. Chris Collin, Dustin Furman en route. US dollar doing well against
collapsing.
The yen.
Yeah.
Dustin,
I think,
the reason.
I will say, yeah, it would be interesting if there was like, we talked about that Detroit Become Human kind of butterfly effect map. It would be interesting if there's a timeline where Dustin is not a weeb and therefore Japan collapses. You know, that would be a really fascinating world.
I love that.
Yeah.
Thank you for writing in, Demetrius. I feel like a sneeze is coming, but it's not. It's kind of retreating. I don't know if it's going to come now.
That's the worst.
Yeah. Because I kind of like sneezing. You know?
Yeah.
It feels good. You just kind of get it out.
It's like a pressure valve or something where it's like, that felt good. It's like a spike of energy. You're kind of more awake and more alert.
You ever hold in a sneeze? Like, you don't, you know, like, and like when you sneeze, you just kind of don't let much air or any air out and it feels like your body's going to explode. Like you're a fucking dense star and you're just, oh my God.
You know what's crazy? I actually I sneezed so hard once that I actually saw stars and I didn't realize that was real. Like that whole thing where cartoon characters have like the stars around them and like they're seeing. It's like I always thought that was like a cute way of like expressing like, oh, that's kind of like a wacky way of, you know, visually communicating that. And then I sneezed and I closed my eyes real and I saw stars and I was like, that's crazy that's real. I had no idea.
We'll give you a smack when I see you in San Diego, and we'll make you see some stars if you enjoy it so much.
Yeah,
Dustin, don't stop supporting Japan. They need you right now.
Yeah, they really need you.
Skooma Vendor wrote in, said, "Greetings, Sacred Hooligans. Following up to a comment Colin made last week about wanting to leave Last Stand stickers on random signs and places. I want to draw your attention to a strange custom over here in the UK, which I personally never understood. Football, soccer clubs, big and small, and more importantly, their insane fans regularly travel up and down the country to see their side face off against another. You can find evidence of this travel as they leave stickers at stations and similar places. Examples such as Up the Westbourne Boys. These are done to remind locals that their other club invaded their town on a certain day. So my question is this. Can we expect a Sacred Symbols Last Stand Hooligan sticker for your eventual trip to London? And if so, what would it say? You could leave it at random underground stations or opposite the big man King Charles's house. I expect these ideas to be delivered on a podcast in your usual British fashion. All the best, and yes, I can indeed now confirm that Sacred Symbols has been listened to in the House of Lords." Oh, that's very exciting. I'm fascinated by, he's talking about this culture in the UK, which I find very fascinating, that does sometimes get to the point where like groups of fans meet each other and fight.
Yeah. Which
is not a thing that happens in the United States. Now, this happens at the games serendipitously out of the moment because everyone's drunk. But it's not planned, you know? And this I've always found very weird. Like, these dudes wail on each other. It's very weird. Now, the question is, can we make a hooligan group for our show? That goes and they like go and fuck up like, you know, the fan base of another group, you know? Or maybe they don't. Maybe they get fucked up, but they at least meet in the streets for Mortal Kombat. What do you think of this?
I don't know. I was kind of centered on the sticker idea of this question because I was so fascinated at the idea of like going up to one of those like Queen's Guard people who like have to remain stoic,
right?
Just sticking stickers all over their horse or whatever. Or like, have I showed you this video of the horse biting that
I saw
tourist?
That bites the woman's arm. Yeah, that's good shit. And she like faints. Yeah,
and there's a sign above her that says "Warning: Horse may kick or bite." Like as she gets bit.
Dude, there's so many funny videos of just like those guys screaming at people. Like,
really?
Yeah. If they stay stoic and like in their stance or whatever, but if you get too close or fuck with them, they like scream in your direction, like get back, like really crazy. Like, I guess that's what they're trained to do. Yeah. And there's a whole like clip show of these people getting too close to the horse, getting too close to the soldier, getting in the, like if they're changing over guards, like they'll just run them over, you know, like with the horse. And like, it's very funny. So there's like a lot of weird interaction with them because they don't interact, like you said, most of the time, unless I guess you're infringing on their ability to do their duty. People out there
Right.
know what I'm talking about. They scream in this like really masculine, crazy ass voice at these,
That's exciting.
at like, foreign women.
That's awesome. Yeah, I've watched videos of just like the horse like walking over people, and it's just like, dude, like I really admire the disregard that they have for literally everybody else. It's like it's admirable in some way.
That video, I'm so glad you saw that video. That video is so funny. Also,
Yeah.
the video of the Red Dead video is a favorite of ours now in this house as well. Micah loves it too.
Oh, have you? Yeah.
Yeah. No,
don't
say that.
No, don't say that. No, dude, it's such a spot on impression. First off, it's a really good impression of Arthur Morgan. This video of like it, if you look up, anybody who's curious about this, like look up on YouTube, he's gay Dutch, and it's a Red Dead kind of. If you, you'll appreciate it more if you played the game. Also, it technically spoils it if you haven't, but dude, it's it's so good, and I can't stop. Like anytime something happens, or like anytime like oftentimes like where I live in California, like people drive terribly. Like everybody knows that it's a famous everybody knows like Glendale, Burbank, like LA, people are terrible drivers, So I will see like people like doing donuts, or like maybe they'll like fucking like zoom by or like rev their engine, and I'd be like, no, why'd you do that?
No, I'm not gay.
I'm not gay. Why'd you say that? I love that it's infecting you too, because I couldn't get away from it.
Yeah, like haunts me. Like I think about it all the time. Yeah.
I love the way that what's his name? Micah in the beginning is like he's sniveling. He's like doing like goblin. He's gay. He's like a bull.
Right. It's a really good video.
Yeah, it's great.
It's very good. All right. Final inquiry before we get into actual news as we stretch our legs. Jordan Dito wrote in and said, "Hey, Chris, do you think Colin should put up signs in his front yard declaring what game he has recently platinumed? A backhand slap to the families bragging about their kids." I love this idea, don't you? This goes into what I was like. Our kid got into this school, or our kid graduated 5th grade. It's like, I got the platinum and still wakes the deep.
It is. I like the idea, but like Colin's probably like the worst person to do this, because he would have to print so many signs. Like if it was like me, or like maybe Dustin, it would be like a little bit more manageable. But like the amount of signs that Colin will have to print will undoubtedly affect everybody at this company's pay, because it's going to come out of the company, And so like we're going to get less. We're going to get our pay doc so you could pay this for these fucking signs every week. Probably there's going to be a new one.
It did have it was funny in my head though, that if you did more like you or Dustin, because again, not getting in the offer, or just doing it as a joke, even if you don't have it, like I platinumed Elden Ring or something, like some sign like that would be very funny to just keep in your front yard for like a few months. It
would be fun, like almost like a political sign.
Yeah,
like
right.
Like right at the street.
Right. The political signs have begun in my neighborhood already. It's August. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I saw my first Trump sign the other day.
The political text messages are getting fucking out of hand. Really.
Yeah, where you have to tell them to stop.
Yeah.
It's the worst. And I'm seeing it's crazy in Virginia. We usually don't get, Virginia is a southern state, but it's actually a pretty securely blue state because a lot of federal employees live in the northern part of the state. So we don't get very many political commercials, sometimes for like your congressman or governor or whatever, but we're getting like Kamala Harris ads. I was noticing during the Olympics, and I'm like, what is going on here? Like,
it's picking
up,
man.
I was safe from this,
No, it's picking up. It's that time. Like I do hate that. Like you have to tell them to. They're like reverse vampires, where you have to tell them to. They're already there, but you have to tell them to leave. It's annoying.
Please leave me alone. I love that. I'm gonna net marinate on this yard sign idea. Thank you for writing in, Jordan. Appreciate you. All right, let's get into the news as it is. Just wanted to bring this to people's attention. They want to check it out. Max, which was used to be called HBO Max before they ruined it, put out a Coming to Max in 2024-2025 reel. It's about 2 minutes long. It shows the White Lotus, that upcoming show, The Penguin, which maybe is interesting. I don't really know. But one of the things they show in here is about 20 seconds of The Last of Us Season 2, including most prominently Catherine O'Hara's character in it. You see also Ellie's arm, her tattooed arm. And you see Joel and so on. So people can see it. If you want to go check out the trailer, it's specifically from 1:16 to 1:39 in the trailer and the longer piece. But did you get a chance to check this out, Chris? And anything to say about it? There's not much to say about it. It's exciting though that it's coming back.
It's cool that there's some iconic shots from the game that are recreated here. I love Catherine O'Hara. I think she's great. So I think it looks good. I wonder how. I guess my only curiosity, and again, this is just based off of a teaser. So much of what they've shown here is directly from The Last of Us Part 2, like the party scene and the mountain, and a lot of these conversations. And so I wonder how much of season 2 will be the game and how much won't be, because they're definitely going to be shifting some stuff around. It's definitely not going to be a one-to-one thing. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's I think we discussed, I'm trying to think here. I feel like months ago we discussed something about how they had kind of indicated that there'll be 3 seasons or something like that, and they'll kind of stretch this out. And then I still feel like HBO, not that it's really up to them, but I feel like everyone's learned a lesson from Game of Thrones, specifically of just like, let's try to really sync this up so that we can get the 3rd game out and have something going for it, you would assume, right?
Yeah, I just I looked at the screen because I have it playing in the background, and I got immediately furious because we just talked about how like they changed the name from HBO Max to just Max, which is just a worse name, so unquestionably. Stupid. But then, as you're watching The Last of Us, it says HBO Original, The Last of Us, new season coming 2025. So which is it? Is it a Max original? What is going on at HBO?
That's why I didn't understand the rebranding, because I think with their whole thing was like, well, we're going to have CNN and Discovery and all these things under this Max brand. And I'm like, but the thing about the HBO brand that bothered me was it's like, this is one of the few brands that it's like, who doesn't like HBO? Yeah. Why would you I don't like HBO. Who doesn't like HBO? Whether you have it or not is a different story entirely, whether you can afford it or think it's worth the money or any of those things. But they've been a high quality maker of television for a really long time now. Why would you fuck with that? It doesn't. Why wouldn't you make everything else HBO? In other words,
right? Exactly. Yeah. It seems like the exact reverse. I did. So I don't know. I looked over and I saw the HBO original, and I got immediately furious. It's just dumb. It's a dumb idea.
I agree. But I guess confirmation that this will be coming 2025. We already kind of knew that. And
yeah,
I like Catherine O'Hara, so it'll be interesting to see her. She's making the rounds.
Yeah, she's kind of stepping back into it seems. A lot of actors do that, I notice. I guess when I was a kid, I didn't really pay that much attention to it because like I just didn't care. But now that I'm seeing it's like certain actors that were big when I was a kid are kind of coming back. I mean, famously, I remember that kid from Hannah Montana on Fallout now. It's just like, oh, yeah. What the fuck? It's interesting to see you back. Cool.
Yeah, people, Catherine O'Hara specifically was great in that show Schitt's Creek, which I thought was really, really funny.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And everyone's great in that. And she's really good in the Christopher Guest film stuff that she appears in as well. She's funny. So it'll be cool to see her in this more serious role. And Joel crying in that one scene, pretty powerful,
Mm-hmm.
Pascal putting all of his energies.
He just lost all of his saves.
Right. All right. This is somewhat big news, although I think we already knew about this, but this kind of really puts a lot of confirmation on it. Video Games Chronicle reports Sony's God of War studio is working on a new IP, developer says. And it says, quote, that's according to the LinkedIn profile of Glauco Longi, who rejoined the Sony studio earlier this year to oversee character development on the unannounced project. Longi first worked for Sony as a senior character artist on Uncharted 4 at Naughty Dog before taking on the same role at Santa Monica for God of War's reboot in 2016. He then served as lead character artist on God of War Ragnarok before leaving the company to join the Callisto Protocol developer Striking Distance Studios, where he worked as character and art director. Prior to rejoining Santa Monica Studio in April, Longi spent 10 months, as studio art director at Subnautica developer Unknown World Entertainment. So on his LinkedIn profile, he writes, quote, Santa Monica Studios presented the opportunity of coming back as character supervisor, looking after the entire character development pipeline on their new IP. So here I am, thrilled to be back, working in with the crew and pushing characters in video games together. This is big news, of course, Chris, because Santa Monica has not made a game that is not God of War since Kinetica, which was an early PlayStation 2 game. And the original God of War is actually on PS2, which was a late PS2 game, was actually built on Kinetica's bones, on its engine. And ever since then, we've gotten God of War 2, God of War 3, God of War Ascension, God of War 2018, and God of War Ragnarok, and nothing else. So to have these guys going on to something else. Now, we kind of intrinsically knew this because Corey wasn't the director of the last God of War game. And though he's kind of risen to a studio head role, he still has his hands in the creative direction of a project. And so this is that game. What do you think? This is pretty exciting.
Yeah, finally. This is what I like to see. I think I'm kind of tapped out on God of War, at least in the short term. It would be cool to maybe see it come back later on, but like I'm kind of fine with. I'm content, with God of War. So it's nice to see the studio kind of move on. Obviously, we know that they were working on another IP at some point that got canned. That sci-fi game from
right. That was Stig Asmussen was directing that. That was in between Ascension and God of War 2018. And sadly, I broke that news when I was at IGN that they laid all those guys off and canceled that game. We still don't know anything about it.
Yeah. So, I mean, so I say that only to say that they haven't not tried to do this already, but it's nice to get some confirmation or some, evidence in the wind that this is kind of downstream. I wonder how close this is to being shown, though, because it has been a while, but has it been long enough for us to see something? Even if it's just like a teaser. What's your read on that?
Yeah, I'm looking up now if we have any word on a recent head count there, because I think we can glean some information from this. So yeah, man, so they only have 250 people. That's one team. Maybe like a team, and then you have an incubation team, maybe like 250. It wouldn't be quite that clean because you have a bunch of administrative people and shit too. But
sure.
And so no, I would think that I'm actually surprised to see the number so low, because I would have assumed that what they would have wanted to do is scale up to 400 maybe, and then kind of not low key, but slowly pursue the next God of War for PS6. Because the games take I guess what I'm saying, Chris, is games take so long now to make.
Yeah.
At the PlayStation level, which is becoming kind of the normal level for AAA games, like 4 to 6 years, where you could theoretically just always keep these things going and they never get tired. And that's kind of an advantage. Like the Uncharted trilogy coming out in this period, and then God of War 3 taking all of that time to come out, is a very different situation that keeps things fresh. And because God of War is so important and such a huge seller, arguably its third biggest seller ever, and if not maybe its second biggest, I mean, it would be above Spider-Man, I guess, but behind Gran Turismo, is you would want to have a team working on the next one, obviously a big team. And then you would have kind of Corey working with the other guys to have been making this since maybe Ragnarok was mid to late in development. So that would have been what I would have presumed. But with 250 people, as cited here just on Wikipedia, I would imagine that that's really just one team kind of vacillating back and forth between projects. And so it might be a little early, but
yeah,
it's exciting because I just love the idea that there's a level of predictability with Santa Monica, with Naughty Dog, and so on and so forth, and like what we know is going to come from Sucker Punch, where you see that logo pop up on the screen, and you see Sucker Punch's logo pop up at the PS5 Pro reveal event or whatever, and it's going to be Ghost of Tsushima 2, or whatever they're going to call it, Ghost of whatever.
Right.
And
yeah.
But when you see the Naughty Dog logo pop up the next time, and now the Santa Monica logo pop up, it could be like a fantasy game. It could be a sci-fi game. It could be a first-person shooter. It could be like, it's kind of crazy when you think about it. That's fun,
Yeah, that's the excitement of like these live events. It's kind of why I miss E3, because like now, or the way that E3 used to be structured, where like you were just kind of watching it live and you really didn't know what to expect. Maybe you could, if you were educated about the industry, maybe you could guess, but you still didn't quite know. And now it's like, you open up YouTube and a reveal that would have been exciting is labeled, what it is. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, like Last of Us Part 3 trailer. And it's just like, oh, cool, great. But yeah, it reminds me of like when Bungie showed up at that one event. It was just like, oh, it's Marathon. What the fuck? I thought this was going to be like Destiny related. Or it's fun. It's cool to not know what a studio is necessarily up to.
Right.
And then to see it kind of on stage like that. So yeah, I'm stoked to see Santa Monica's logo pump show up at the next thing now. Like whenever they show up again, because it's probably going to be something weird and different.
Yeah, and again, the team size it's questionable unless it's going to be like Atreus DLC or something, or an expansion for Ragnarok or something, which could potentially happen too. I just hope that they just move on.
Nothing could deflate me more than that, by the way.
Yeah, I agree. It's just there is some sort of emphasis for them though on not ignoring. It's like when Spider-Man 2 came out. Everyone's like, where are the no one really cares about these games anymore. And then Spider-Man 2 sells 10 million copies in like a week. It's right. Like, no, they care. And God of War is just one of those series where they would be kind of stupid to just ignore it. I kind of feel like, and there's been rumblings of this, although no confirmation, and I have no idea what's going on, but it'd be kind of cool for them to revisit the old God of War games. And
that would be cool.
The game, we talk about all these remakes and all these things. It's like God of War 1? That is a 20-year-old game, 19 years old technically. So I don't know, we'll see what happens, but I agree, there's some excitement. There's excitement with Bend and others too, to just see the logo pop up and then just see whether or not the game's good or interesting. I have no idea, but it's just, we don't know what it's going to be. I love the idea of Naughty Dog just being like, we're working on a first person shooter. I'm not saying that I don't know, like that would be wild.
No, I know exactly what you mean.
And I would love for them to, but it's funny, man, this era of games has both liberated studios from this need to churn on a franchise. So for instance, Drake's Fortune comes out in 2007. Obviously, they're going to make an Uncharted sequel. Assassin's Creed comes out. Obviously, they're going to make a sequel. And they get them out 2 years later. And games just can't be made like that anymore. So you're kind of liberated from this churn, but you're not liberated from the economic reality of still wanting to pursue something that's popular, but with the possibility of doing more and doing different things with more space and time. It's kind of like a good place to be at these very unique first party studios that make AAA games that will survive. Naughty Dog could release a bomb. They won't, but they could, and they wouldn't go anywhere. Most studios don't work within that parameter. And so we'll see what happens, but I think that we're going to get a lot of new IP. I feel like the PS5 Pro event that's inevitable could potentially be like a really big showcase of stuff. That would be really nice.
It should be. It's been long enough, I think, at this point where it's like
too long.
It would, yeah, it would behoove you to make a good splash.
Derek was molested by the Witch Queen, wrote in.
that's technically do you know this story?
No, I don't. I knew it must have been about your Derek because of the spelling of it, but I didn't know.
Yeah. No, he was at a con with so Deborah Wilson voices the Witch Queen, and he took a selfie with her, and she's got her hands all over him. It's really funny. It's like a hilarious image, but
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's great.
He says, or she, hello shooter and getaway driver. It's been assumed that Sony Santa Monica was making a new IP, but now over the past week it's confirmed. Considering Corey didn't direct Ragnarok, is it too hopeful to assume his game is further along than we might think, considering it's been 6 years since 2018 came out? Also, if the alleged PlayStation Showcase happens next month, do you think it could be revealed there? Do either of you have hopes of what type of game it could be? Keep up the great work. Your podcast is the highlight of my week. We talked about a lot of this. Derek was molested by the Witch Queen, but I did want to focus on the last part of what you wrote in, which was, do we have a hope? I wonder, Chris, my thing is that I actually just want them to do whatever they want. I don't even know. Who cares what I want in some sense? I mean, obviously you care. I'm the consumer. I'm the person buying it or whatever, but you're the creative geniuses, as it were.
Right.
It's like, so show me something unique. So I actually have no specific expectation of, I guess I want it to not be certain things. I would like something stylistic,
right.
Potentially not real and grounded in some way would be pretty cool. Maybe fantasy. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I really have no idea what I would want it to be.
Yeah, I'm my thought process is more like the way that you've kind of described it, where it's like, okay, you show me what I want. Because that is what a lot of this is. It's like, you don't know, the consumer doesn't know they want something until they see it. and generally speaking. And so it would be really interesting for them to shift gears entirely and just do something like sci-fi, although I know that they probably have like maybe they might be a little bit skittish to do that since their last thing was apparently sci-fi and that got canceled. But I guess the only thing that I don't want it to be is an over-the-shoulder sad dad simulator. That's really the only thing that I don't want. If it's anything else, I'll be curious enough to be interested in it. And even if it is like grounded in realism, that would be like disappointing on some level. But like I mean, I know the studio makes good games, so I'm still probably going to check it out anyway. So I just want to see something different, something that's not God of War. Is really like my bar, and it seems like a pretty easy bar to clear. Because that to me is just going to be the most interesting path forward. It's just something that isn't God of War. You can come back to God of War whenever you want, I guess. I think it makes sense to kind of like put these things on ice every so often and come back with like a big splash when there's like enough time to miss them. That's kind of like a winning strategy that people don't engage in too often because they're too skittish about like maybe the IP waning off or they're too afraid to let things settle. But yeah, just not God of War. That's all I want.
It's interesting. I'm trying to think of the silos where there are gaps because, you know, you brought the sci-fi game. Everyone always, I think PlayStation fans always go back to sci-fi because there really is no sci-fi first party stuff. There was for a while. I mean, there was, you know, going back to Colony Wars and even things that are sci-fi coded like Wipeout.
Right.
There's nothing really
nothing
like
big
that. So
though.
I think it really is like post-apocalyptic. So you have like Days Gone and The Last of Us. You have Uncharted as like the swashbuckling treasure hunting modern thing. You have Ghost of Tsushima as your historical piece, or and maybe a little bit of a fantasy theme, but really just historical action. You have Gran Turismo and racing, Spider-Man with like contemporary comic book stuff. So really it does go to fantasy and sci-fi in my mind, like that as far as settings. And you don't want to be too close-minded, but things really just do fit into certain buckets. I mean, it's going to be one of these things. I guess the last sci-fi first or second party product I remember that's like explicitly sci-fi would be like Detroit, right? I mean, is there anything since then? I don't think so. I guess
before that
Returnal is definitely sci-fi.
Yeah.
But not really about its story. I mean, it's about more of the vibe of the game.
That kind of feels more like, I almost feel like that game's more of an arcade game than it is a sci-fi game, even though that doesn't necessarily like negate each other. It's just like on the hierarchy of like how I think about those games. But yeah, probably Returnal, I would imagine, is probably like the last like big one.
And then Detroit fantasy before that, like, and then Demon's Souls, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could argue elements of the Ghost of Tsushima multiplayer are but that's so specific and so secondary to the game because you are like fighting demons in that one. So yeah. There is some fantasy there, but if they've only really dabbled, you know,
right? And that's fine. I mean, there's only so many things you can do, but I just hope that they realize like we really don't need more post-apocalyptic products, and we don't need more dystopias, especially because even if you wanted to go down that route, there are some things you should look into revisiting probably. I mean, if you want a dystopia, why not look into reviving Killzone or whatever? If you want to go in the sci-fi, even Resistance would be pretty cool to bring back, but really exploring new ideas is probably the right idea. As far as fantasy is concerned, there's really nothing for them in the back catalog. I mean, I guess you can get to like things like Legend of Dragoon if you wanted to go towards a more JRPG fantasy thing, or I don't know, but new product I think is going to be really important for them in the future. And we're going to talk about their finances later, but they said explicitly, you know, Totoki said explicitly in his in the earnings call that, you know, everything's about IP for them, like everything. They need to like own these things and license them to others to start making money. All right. Speaking of God of War, this came out this morning before we started recording. I don't know if you have any insight into this because I'm obviously dumb as fuck with computers, but God of War Ragnarok PC system requirements revealed. So God of War Ragnarok is coming to PC on September 19th. I expect it's going to do very well there. It did extraordinarily well on console, of course. And there are the settings here: minimum, recommended, high, performance, and ultra. Anything stick out to you here? I assume this game is going to be very beautiful indeed. The ultra settings at 4K at 60 frames average ultra settings. But you can get, I guess, everything's at 60 frames except for the minimum. And the recommended has it at 1080p 60, but the high is 1440 and then 4K 4K. So anything here stick out?
Yeah, and that's with the recommended is at like with an RTX 2060 Super, which is that's not a crazy high end card. Yeah, I mean it looks good. Like if I recall, I didn't play the God of War 2018 PC port, but I don't remember hearing anything negative about it. The only one that I remember hearing negative things about was, I think, the original Horizon port, I think, was like a little bit and The Last of Us. The Last of Us Part 1 was kind of a mess. With we remember they were all getting soaked by PS1 water droplets. But
that was
but yeah, I mean,
so funny. What was that all about?
That was the least of that game's problems too. Like, there's so many. Dude. Yeah, that was a weird one. It's such a weird one specifically because like that's like you would imagine the crown jewel. It kind of reminds me. It's not to the same degree, obviously, but it kind of reminds me of how Halo MCC got released all fucked up.
Right.
Not even close to comparable, by the way. But it's just like this. You'd think you would pay a little bit more attention to this than you would anything else. But if I remember correctly, and the audience can correct me if I'm wrong, the last God of War was pretty well received on PC. It was a pretty solid port, so I have no reason to suspect that this is going to be bad. The specs look pretty good. Seems about what I would expect. So, yeah, it's exciting.
Let me go to this,
especially for people who haven't played.
I'm going to go to SteamDB, and then can I look for just PlayStation games? I think I can, right? I want to just see like where we expect these all to end up. Sony Interactive Entertainment. Okay, God, this website is so difficult to use for me.
It's not very good, to be honest.
I'll look at this another time, I guess. I feel like God of War Ragnarok is going to do pretty well on PC, I guess is what I'm saying. So September 16th. There will be a game in between now and then, though, on PC, and we'll see how that does in Concord, which comes out in just a few weeks on PC. I think that thing is it seems kind of doomed. I don't want to be so negative on it because I know people like it, and I think it looks I personally don't think it looks good. I'm not even going to lie to you. I don't think it looks good at all. Yeah, but I think it probably plays good and has the right mechanical ideas behind it and a spirit behind it. The aesthetic obviously is bad. It's just not my kind of game, but just analyzing it from the outside, like I just don't feel like this game has a shot because it just doesn't seem like anyone cares, and everyone's so negative about it. But
yeah, we'll see. I don't really see things shaking up well. Happy to be wrong though.
Yeah, me too.
It'd be really cool to be surprised by it.
Yeah, but wouldn't mind that at all.
We'll see.
All right. This sad news came up. It comes from Android Central, which is not a website we typically ever cite. But they have the scoop here because of their specific silo that relates to the studio that we're about to discuss. And it's an exclusive from them. It says Meta is closing a beloved first-party Quest studio. So this has having to do with the Oculus brand. Echo VR developer Ready at Dawn Studios is now closed for business. So it says here, quote, one of VR's greatest development studios is closing its doors permanently today, August 7th. That's the day the story was written. Ready at Dawn Studios was behind the famed Echo VR and Lone Echo games, all of which received critical and customer acclaim, but the studio hasn't launched a new game since Echo VR was ported to Quest in May 2020, and it's likely sales of Lone Echo 2 could have played a part in the decision since that's a PC VR game only. This is relevant to us. I mean, it's of course sad for people to lose their jobs and for studios, especially older studios, to go away. And they certainly are an older studio, more than 20 years old. So pretty old by games industry standards. But this is relevant to us, of course, Chris, because Ready at Dawn was at one time one of the most, if not the most promising second party partner that Sony had worked with during its era. And for a long period of time, it appeared that they were a likely acquisition candidate. They're, I guess, maybe most infamously in some corners behind the Order 1886, which really destroyed, I think, their relationship with Sony. But they're better known in a lot of corners for their really solid work on some PSP games, including Daxter, the Jak and Daxter spinoff, which was their first game from 2006. And then the two God of War games on PSP, Chains of Olympus from 2008 and Ghost of Sparta from 2010, which are both very well liked and well regarded. They stuck with Sony, came with the Order 1886, and then they made that game Deformers, which I forgot that game even came out. It's like a brawler that wasn't very good. And then ultimately they ended up making a game called Lone Echo in 2017 and Echo Arena also in 2017 alongside and for Oculus and Facebook, and then Facebook ended up acquiring them. So they kind of ended up in that lane, but at this point they're no more. So I guess this is kind of like, you know, RIP in peace, unfortunately, for Ready at Dawn. It's too bad that they couldn't work something out with Sony, especially because the Order 1886, while I wasn't crazy about that game at all, did end on a cliffhanger. And it would have been cool for them maybe to have gotten another shot, but they didn't. And so any thoughts here? Any memories?
Well, I mean, it's a shame specifically because of their association with Sony and just how like tied in they used to be. I think they kind of, I think it's arguable that they kind of carried the PSP in some way with those games. I remember those games specifically. I remember one of them. Was it one of them that had like a mini game where you had to bash circle to push away your daughter from hugging you or something?
Yeah, something like that.
it was something like that. That stuck with me. I remember because I was just like, this is so wild. But yeah, I can't pretend like I have like a tremendous amount of experience with the studio, but I mean it is sad because I mean, like, dude, like I love the PSP. The PSP is like my favorite thing ever. Like I love the PSP with all my heart, and they were like everywhere on that console. And so, yeah, RIP in peace, man.
Yeah, it's a bummer. I know just from my own experience, having been kind of more in the PR connected industry at the time, that my indication from speaking to Sony PR at the time was like that Ready at Dawn burned a lot of goodwill with the Order, and like. I know people get mad at me repeating stories, so I won't even get into this story. But as I've chronicled in the past, like the Order 1886 was one of the weirdest games in the preview cycle that I've ever experienced in my entire career, and was clear that they were kind of maybe riding by the seat of their pants a little bit. The end product ended up being a very well engineered but incredibly short game, and it would have been cool for them to have kind of bounced off of that, used what they had learned, and spent a little more time to make another game. But I think by that point, it just wasn't working out for them. And they're not the only ones. Like Sony, I think, was done with Quantic Dream by the end, and others too. Like it just didn't. That game company obviously went and got away after 3 games. So I think sometimes things just don't work out. But I remember at the time, I'm sure you could find my articles from the time 15 plus years ago where it was like, what studios would Sony maybe look to buy? And Ready at Dawn is definitely on that list. So yeah, hope those guys bounce back. They're actually in Brad's neck of the woods, I think, in Orange County.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Ben Matthews wrote in and said, "This one goes out to my homies at Ready at Dawn, the studio behind beloved games such as PSP's Daxter, God of War, Chains of Olympus, and Ghost of Sparta, and the PS4 cult favorite, The Order 1886, has been shuttered by Meta. Ready at Dawn was purchased by Meta in June 2020 and was closed a little over 4 years later. The studio's average Metacritic score was a respectable 81.1. RIP in peace." Ben, thank you for writing in. No Time wrote in and said, "Hi, Sacred Crew. Back in 2019, there was an episode of Sacred Plus discussing which studios Sony should buy. At that time, Ready at Dawn seemed like one of the obvious choices. Was it the one that got away? Did the perception of the Order 1886 hurt the relationship that much? I really think it did, and I'm not sure it's the perception issue again so much so as that they had a lot of resources and a lot of time, and I don't think they really delivered the goods. And I don't think that they're the ones that got away. I think that talent fluctuates. They didn't blow us. Was the Order 1886 good enough for that? Like even the people that liked it, were you blown away by it? Was it like this amazing product? I think it was really a cool idea. I loved the setting and the characters and kind of the mixed up history. Like there's airships and and steam engines and magic and all. It's cool. And the ending of the game is actually very memorable to me. But I don't know that they're the ones that got away. I think there's more consequential studios that slip through Sony's fingers than Ready at Dawn. But what would be interesting, Chris, and I was wondering how you feel about this, is what if Sony tried to kind of like cobble some of that talent back together, some of the higher end talent, the leaders. There were 2 guys that led the studio, and maybe like, we'll give you a little bit of money and like you make the Order like another Order game or something. But that's like wish casting, you know, like that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, it's also I guess my only concern about that would be like, dude, like the Order 1886 was what, 2014,
15, early 2015, yeah.
But the team that put it together was like 13, 14, 15, presumably, right? The shift that studio has made in the types of games that they make since then is pretty drastic, to the point where like I wonder if really anybody from that original crew is even there. Like I'm sure there are some, but like high key talent, like I don't know, nothing they've made since then resembles the Order in any way, shape, or form. You know, so gathering whatever is left of that team, the skeleton crew, to pursue a continuation of this IP that most of the team probably didn't even work on, maybe potentially, is, I don't know, man. I don't know if there's anything left to save, really, sadly. It's more sad from a historical perspective, because obviously it's like, you know, it's a big studio that's really important to Sony's history, and so from that angle it's sad, but I just don't know what the key talent is there that is there from the Order days. And I'm speaking from a place of ignorance. I sincerely don't know.
Yeah, well, I think that's totally reasonable. You know, times change, studios change, the kinds of games you're able to make change. And, you know, again, I think there's a little bit of revision with the Order 1886 in some ways. And we're getting far away enough from it right now where there can be like revisionist history, because it's been
Right.
It's close. It's like 9.5 years, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. But the reality is that game was premised on really cool stuff, but it just didn't execute well. It wasn't critically liked. It's not like people liked it and it sold well. It wasn't critically liked. I think it's in like the low 60s on Metacritic. And so I think people forget that it was a very, very linear, short game. It's like releasing Gears of War, the original Gears of War, which is a wonderful game, but is really short. But doing that, 10 years later, I think expectations are just higher. And to this point, the Pookie wrote in, said, "Hey, Chris and Colin, and it better not be Dustin have that child already." I agree with you. Just wanted to give a shout out to Ready at Dawn Studio. I only played the Order 1886 from them, but I actually thought it was a really great game. I played it at release and went back and platinumed it a few months ago, but I thought the story and gameplay were really something great. If they had just not had the game be at full price at launch, I think we could have had a few sequels by now. I feel like time has been kind to that game, and it's sad to think about what it could have been. Pouring one out for Sir Galahad and the gang. I was originally dismissive of this when I first read it, and I was like, what's with the pricing? But I'm like, no, maybe you're right. I mean, maybe if you had like a $34.99, beautiful but short, and you promise it kind of episodically, almost like Supermassive with Dark Pictures, and you maybe. Because I do think it's one of the games that does run up against a value proposition. We always say like time doesn't really matter, but that the time in between 5, 6, 8, 10, like these are orders of magnitude. And when your game is 6 hours long, or 7 hours long, I find that somewhat egregious if it's a AAA boxed, second party game. But it doesn't mean I want it to be 15 hours. Like 10 hours would have been all the difference.
Right.
That's where my mind is on it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's pricing so much as I honestly, my feeling on the whole Order 1886 thing is that they probably should have stuck with it, because very clearly there's enough there. People were talking to me even back then about like, yeah, I mean, it was kind of a mess, but like there was a lot to like about it. I've never actually touched it because I was so put off by it. Like most of the reviews that I heard. Yeah. I guess my issue now is that like there's no way that game runs at 60. You know what I mean? Today.
Oh no.
There's no patch for it, so like it kind of makes it difficult for me. But it is, yeah. Maybe that might be something I do in the next like couple of weeks. It's just kind of like play it, just because I am curious. I do think like based on what I've heard about it, and based on like people like, oh, I really like the story and like the characters and the setting, it's really cool. Gameplay is like a little bit limited, a little bit linear, and it's really short. It's like, okay, well, I mean, my thought is Sony was probably like a little bit too skittish at the first sight of failure. That was a very skittish Sony. And I don't know if they're particularly unskittish now, but like that was a point in time where like, the Vita's been broken open. Fuck handhelds, like everything. Every time they messed up on one single thing, they kind of shied away from it forever. It feels like. And so this kind of feels like one of those things where it's like, maybe you could have actually gotten away with a sequel to the Order 1886 if you just kind of stuck with it and maybe like leveraged what was clearly there about it and just made it work this time. Like, because like you just mentioned, Gears of War 1 is very short, and Gears of War 1 is pretty good, but Gears of War 2 is fucking excellent.
Mm-hmm.
And so
True enough.
I don't know, that is kind of sad that they were kind of scared away by that. Although I understand why. Like, it's very clearly like a poorly managed project. I think you had a story about how they showed you like Galahad running around in like a gray box, and that was like a preview or something.
It was crazy, dude. Yeah, it was every preview of that game was weird. And yeah, we were in Germany at Gamescom, and they brought us in. You know, there's like what they call behind closed doors demos, and it's usually like, you know, it's a group of journalists, and they'll show you the game, they'll play it, and he was just running around with like Galahad, in like a gray box, and we're like, what are we doing here? But that was based on, it was like building on this weird house of cards where it all started, as I've said, at that E3, they revealed it. And that E3 trailer, by the way, that reveal was sick.
Yeah, it's
like
great.
Where they come out of the carriage and they'll have their guns and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, this is sick, you know? And then they bring me behind closed doors, and that's usually when you see a little bit of the game and you talk a little bit about it. And then they just show me that clip again. And then we have to spend our time confirming what the game is. Is it a first-person shooter? Is it a third-person shooter? Like, what are we talking about? And then the time's up. Then we see it in Germany, and then we see it at Santa Monica later, and the game runs like shit. And like, to the point where me, like, ignorant tech Colin that doesn't really see frame rate like a savant, was like, ooh, like, what's going on with this game? So yeah, it was just all weird. And I think that I really think a timing thing is there too, because we're going to talk about Until Dawn in a moment, the movie specifically. Until Dawn came out later that year, and in both of these cases, Until Dawn was received a lot better and sold better, but and is obviously being revisited, but without Supermassive. Is that both of those games came out the same year, and I think were both in development for a really long period of time, and especially Until Dawn. Like, Until Dawn was a PlayStation Move PS3 game at one point, you know, like they totally remade it. And so I think they were just like, get these out and like, let's just get away from these guys because they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. And I feel that was always my vibe. But I remember, I don't remember the specific things that were said, but I remember definitely walking away from conversations with Sony behind the scenes at the time being like, fuck these guys, in so many words, you know, like,
right.
for not really executing. And, you know, that's just my interpretation of it. But
that's
speaking
fair.
of Until Dawn, some interesting news about the film. We reported earlier this year that, I guess, Screen Gems, the production company, was working with Sony, PlayStation Production specifically, to get an Until Dawn film off the ground, and they're now doing this. Assad Kizilbash, who is the longtime Sony executive who's now in charge of PlayStation Productions, is kind of the source of this. He just tweeted out, what are those called? A clapper, right? On a film set, you know, the little thing where it's like, you know, take one, action, you know, like that.
Oh yeah, like we called them a slate. We called them slates, but I think they have like different names depending on, like, it's like soda and pop, I think.
So
depending on where you are.
The director is David F. Sandberg, who directed the Shazam films, I guess, and also Annabelle Creation and Lights Out, which I guess are well received horror films. So I remember talking about this at the time. Not much more to say about it. I guess we'll see it maybe next year, I would assume, at some point.
Yeah.
Any interest in this Until Dawn? Didn't we talk about the Until Dawn game last week, the remake? Yeah, we did, because it was ESRB rated.
Yeah.
So a lot of Until Dawn percolating right now. I think you said you weren't going to play the game, right?
No, I know myself well enough to know it's like, look, I get it. I don't respond. If it was something new, if it was like it was like Until Dawn 2 or something, or if it was like a Detroit Become Human style, like, new thing, it'd be like, yeah, cool, totally. But I don't know, I've seen Until Dawn so much. I've been harassed with this game for so long because people keep telling me, like, there's a guy in it named Chris who looks just like you, and I look it up and it's not true at all.
No, it's not. It's just a guy with glasses, which is like,
it's literally just,
it's so annoying. Yeah.
It's irritating, but like I've seen so much of Until Dawn already because of that I'm like, I'm good. Hope it does well. I'm curious about this TV adaptation. So here's the thing, or not the TV, the movie, whatever this is. Because this game was like used scans of real actors, like, are they bringing the real actors back? Because they can't play the same people. Like, they're a lot older.
No, I think it's all new people. They do have it. So it's the cast is Ella Rubin. I don't know who any of these people are, by the way. You might. Ella Rubin, Michael Cimino, Ji Young Yu, Odessa Azion, Maya Mitchell. These all have Wikipedia pages.
No
but I don't know who
no
these
fucking
people are.
clue. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
different
no
people.
idea.
No, it would. They were older and they're mega famous, which is like the funniest part. Like there's two people in that game that are really incredibly famous. Hayden
Weren't there people-
Panettiere is in that, and specifically Rami Malek or whatever, who's like a fucking Oscar winner now. You know,
Yeah. Well, I mean, Hayden Panettiere was incredibly famous before that.
right?
Like, I remember being surprised that she was in a video game. I'm like, what? Because she's from Heroes, right?
Right, Heroes.
I
yeah.
never actually saw Heroes.
And then she was also in around this time that show, Nashville or whatever, that was really famous,
yeah.
where it was like a kind of a song writing kind of show.
Yeah.
Pretty fun. Yeah, so I was thinking about that. It's like, no, that's why I think it's so clever. They must have they own the rights to this game in perpetuity. Obviously, they licensed everything or whatever. So that's what's so funny about the remake is they get to take advantage of that star power. I don't know how explicit they can be about it, but it's working off the same motion capture and the same original game and all of that. So
It'd be
able to
funny
use
if
it from that perspective, which will be kind of interesting. You know?
It would be funny if Rami Malek is just too famous to be in there now, and then he has like good lawyers who's like, hey, listen, you can't put. So they just like replace him, but it's still the same mocap or whatever.
Yeah, it's like the new mom in the at the end of Family Matters, where they replace where the mother, the original mother, the original Harriet, I think quit the show, and they had like the last season with this like a totally different woman as Harriet. And the same thing happened in Fresh Prince.
Yeah, they addressed it in Fresh Prince, I think.
Right? Yeah,
Fresh Prince is like Fresh Prince is a strangely meta show when you look back at it. It's kind of crazy.
Totally. Yeah, like it's funny how like you just have to replace characters sometimes, and you just have to do it, and it's so weird. But then sometimes it works. Like I always thought people were really overly critical of that film Solo, where I can't remember the guy's name that played Lando, but he's famous. But I don't know actors very well, but like he was great, and I was like, so sometimes, and the other guy that played Han Solo was great too. So they both worked out wonderfully. So sometimes you can do it. But I'm in the minority on that. I don't think a lot of people did like it.
Yeah, I really hate that though. Like, because it's like, oh well, that doesn't look exactly like it's like, dude, they're actors, and now we have the problem of every time a younger version of a character is on screen, they CGI the guy's face onto this uncanny valley looking thing. What was most egregious about that too? Like, I don't know if you saw this, but like there was like some show where it was like a young Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I saw this.
And they CGI'd his face, but then you look at the actual actor and he looks uncannily already like young Luke Skywalker. It was like so unnecessary.
I know, it's totally crazy. I love it. That's the kind of shit. Yeah, because they have a picture of him like with the balls over his face. Ooh, where
the dots
and the dots, and then they have just a picture of him, and it's like that is Luke. Like that's Luke.
You couldn't have gotten a better actor to play this guy if you wanted. That you just cover it up with CG and make it look fucking weird in like a PlayStation game.
That's like, way more Luke than those dudes looked like Han and Lando, and I think they worked. So this guy,
dude, that actor looked more like Luke than fucking Mark Hamill did in the original Star Wars. I don't know how they. It's crazy. Like seriously, like go look up that photo if you can. Like I don't know what you would have to search to find it, but like there's some show where Mark Hamill is like CGI'd onto like a younger guy's body, and it's crazy.
Rubbery ass faces. They did that with Leia, and they did that with Grand Moff Tarkin and all the rest too. But they had to.
Oh, the Grand Moff Tarkin one was egregious.
That one, as I've said many times, that bothered me the most because they were handling it so well by having his reflection in the window, and I was like, that's so cool. And then he turns around, like, oh my god, you guys are so stupid. All right, this is big news. This comes from a trailer that was published on PlayStation's YouTube channel just today from when we're recording. Vampire Survivors, the Luca Gallant game coming to PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 finally on August 29th. It has been about 2 years since the game came out on PC and Xbox One and Xbox Series X and S. It later came to Switch in 2023. That's where Micah played it. I watched her play it extensively. What a Castlevania ripoff. I love it. But its own kind of game, of course. Very different kind of game than Castlevania. I'm really excited about this. I've been waiting for this game to come to PlayStation. So for me, this is going to be a good one. I think specifically for the Portal during football. Requires a little bit too much attention though, so I don't want to get too carried away. But I'm going to be all over this game. Very excited. You've already had ample opportunity to play it on your various platforms as a more agnostic gamer, but Any thoughts here on Vampire Survivors coming to PlayStation?
Buy it. It's just, it really is it's so much better than you would think it would be for the type of game it is. It really is great. It's unbelievably good couch co-op game as well. If you can gather like a group of friends to play it, it's deceptively entertaining. So yeah, no, I love Vampire Survivors. I think it's fantastic. And yeah, it's about time.
Yeah, I'm excited. I look forward to these kind of more breakup games where I play something really long or something meaty, and then you play something like this, and then you move on. That was very much what although it's much deeper and fucking long as hell, actually, but that was what I felt about Power Wash Simulator. Was I was like, this is so I love that game, dude. Like I really truly love that game, and it's just the relaxing zen game after a really arduous gaming experience in the gaming trenches. Sounds the nerdiest thing I've ever said in my life.
The gaming war on the gaming fronts.
Oh, on the gaming front. I lost my boy in the gaming war.
Ready at dawn took my legs. Tragedy strikes yet again.
Oh my God. Dustin, come back. We need your grounding. It's getting more and more. It's like I could slowly feel us just
we're
unraveling. It's good. All right. Next news comes from Video Games Chronicle, going back to our friends over there. They write Warner Brothers is reportedly considering selling a stake in its video games business. This has been and this, by the way, is sourced from the Financial Times. I don't have a Financial Times. There is no circumventing. For people that don't know, there is no circumventing the paywall at the Financial Times. Like you can't do any of your trickery, like where you like Google it, or you go to like, MSN Canada or some shit and they have like a mirror of it. Like there's just no doing it. So I have to defer to other people that have a subscription, and Video Games Chronicle does. And it says, that's according to the Financial Times. Sources who claim the media giant is looking to offload smaller assets in an attempt to help reverse a near 70% decline in its stock price since Warner Media and Discovery merged in 2022. That is so insane. And by the way, this is the family of HBO. Not looking too good over there. And since we were talking about HBO earlier. So studios as listed here by Video Games Chronicle, and we know this already, of course, but for those that don't, Avalanche, Rocksteady, Monolith, NetherRealms, Traveler's Tale, Warner Brothers, Montreal, etc. are some of the studios that are up there. And they note here too, and this is the most interesting thing, and I said this at the time that I thought this was weird, that WB just bought Player First Games, the Multiverses studio, at a really weird time for mergers and acquisitions, and they're now talking about spinning some of this other stuff off. I didn't report on the financials here. WB released financials, Bandai Namco did, Sony did. We'll talk about those later. And they're up and down. Square Enix released theirs. But WB's gaming division lost a lot of money because of Suicide Squad's continued eating up of their resources. And so this is something, I guess, to keep an eye out for. I don't know. I don't really give a shit at this point. Like, even if it's funny because I remember that people were saying they were a prime target of Xbox. Like, I don't fear Xbox being an acquisition hog anymore because it's clear that they're just going to be third party with most of their stuff and basically everything they acquire now. So it's like, fine, if that's like what is required to keep you steady and making good games that are going to come to PlayStation, then that's fine with me. So it's like, whatever, man, you'll figure it out or you won't. But these guys seem somewhat schizophrenic with the will we, won't we, do we want to sell, don't we want to sell, what direction should we go in, should we go in this direction or not? We put out really big single player games that sell 10, 15, 20 million copies, but then we just stop making them and start making whatever the fuck we're making now, Suicide Squad and the Harry Potter Quidditch game, which might be good, I don't know. It's just weird. Like a normal company would see like, Lego Star Wars sold pretty good, huh? Maybe we should make more Lego games like we used to. And we sold like 25 million copies or something of Hogwarts Legacy. Maybe we should make a sequel. Like,
it really is crazy.
With you people.
Yeah, they have a leadership that's very confusing to me. I don't know. Like, whoa,
what happened?
My screen just both of my monitors just turned off.
Oh, you can't see?
They're back.
Oh, they're back. Okay.
No, I thought maybe my power had gone out or something.
I'm here.
I'm here. Wait, let me make sure I'm still recording.
No, I ain't gay.
I didn't get disconnected. No, yeah, all right. Everything seems to be good. That was weird. Probably got to look into maybe some of my wiring's probably a little bit fucky. But man, that really ejected whatever I was about to say completely out of my mind.
Startled, like you were like. That was frightening for me to witness. Actually,
I'm sorry.
No, I'm okay. All right.
All right.
What were we talking about? Warner Brothers. Oh yeah. All right. So that's it. I mean, anything else to say about this? We can move on.
I think I had something. No. Oh my God. No, never mind. It's hopeless. It's gone.
All right. Next up is just a trailer that went live randomly that seems to tease a Darksiders comeback. It comes from the Darksiders YouTube account. And so for people that don't know, Darksiders was originally a series from a studio called Vigil, and they don't exist anymore, but they made Darksiders 1 in 2010 and Darksiders 2 in 2012. They were both on PS3. And you can play both of those on PS4, by the way. They since come out on PS4, but Darksiders 3 was the last studio that or the last game that came, I guess, from the mainline series. That was from Gunfire, and that was back in 2018. So it was unclear what was going on with Darksiders, specifically because this is kind of in an Embracers. It's under THQ and THQ Nordic or whatever, but it's under Embracers kind of thumb. So who the hell knows? But this is obviously a somewhat famous series that can come back and probably be something useful. I'm not a Darksiders fan, so I have really nothing to say about this, but it would be ridiculous for me to ignore it. So I'm wondering what you think.
Yeah. I mean, I only have like really tangential experience with Darksiders. I think I played like a couple of the demos. I think I played the demo of Darksiders 3, and I think I played the original Darksiders at a friend's house a little bit. I thought it was like cool and interesting. It was definitely, at the time, they definitely felt like kind of like AA games that were like entirely fine. Like nothing to write home about, but nothing to really scoff at either. I guess I'm just sort of surprised to see the clamoring for it, because Darksiders never struck me as this like big thing that a lot of people were interested in or excited about. I'm surprised to see a fourth one, I guess, after all this time, and given how tumultuous, investing in new projects seems to be. Although I guess because it's not technically a new IP, I guess it's more safe than probably a lot of the other stuff floating around in the industry.
Yeah,
so,
like these guys have to spin off something to start making money,
yeah, I guess it makes the most sense, I guess. But yeah, cool. I've always been curious to like maybe visit Darksiders in some way, because it is kind of this weird thing that's always been there. Like for a long time, it's been around, like in the background, just kind of sitting there, twiddling its thumbs, waiting for me to pick it up. And I never do.
Yeah, I feel like
it's a hack and slash, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
right?
and a lot of people, it is, and a lot of people would also call it like a 3D Metroidvania in some sense. I remember that being a really common thing that people would say. But yeah, I think Vigil. So Darksiders 1 came out before THQ, like the original THQ, went bomb, and I'm pretty sure Vigil got caught up in all of that, obviously. And that's like where it kind of got squashed away. And then what would become THQ Nordic, which would later become Embracer, acquired the Darksiders IP and put Gunfire Games, which is a newer team, on the game Darksiders 3, which I don't think did exceptionally well critically. So I don't really know, like, if the fan base is truly there for this, but it seems like they could do something with it. And you did acquire this all the way back when. I did play the original Darksiders on PS3, but I didn't beat it. I don't remember exactly how far I got in it. I'm sure my trophies would tell the tale. All right, so keep an eye out for that. And by the way, this is apparently going to be developed by Gunfire. So Gunfire is the studio that did Remnant and Remnant 2, and Remnant 2 sold really well. So
really?
They're a talented team.
Oh, yeah, Remnant 2 is great.
Yeah. So, yeah, Gunfire ported Darksiders and Darksiders 2 to PS4, I believe. And then they did Darksiders 3, and then they did Remnant 1, and then they did Remnant 2, and they did those Chronos games as well. But I don't know much about them. I played Remnant for like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Remnant 2.
The original one?
Actually. The second one. No, actually, it must have been the first one. I think it was on PS Plus, because that must have been how I would have gotten it. So that must have been something like that.
Yeah, Remnant 2 I played for a hot minute. I think I put maybe 15 hours into that one. I liked it. Yeah, it was good.
Okay. This is a interesting one just because it's a sign of the times, although we knew this was going to happen since last year.
Yeah.
Star Wars Jedi Survivor, which came to PlayStation 5 last year, is coming to PlayStation 4 this year. And this is surprising news just because it really is a sign of the times that the console is now 11 years old and still soliciting new games, ports, of course, but that they're even willing to do this shows that there really is a stubborn audience on these consoles. Word comes by way of Electronic Arts itself, the publisher, says it will come out on September 17th on PS4. You can pre-order now if you'd like digitally. And the press release in part says, quote, Respawn Entertainment and Electronic Arts in collaboration with Lucasfilm Games announced that critically acclaimed and Grammy Award-winning 2023 game Star Wars Jedi Survivor will launch on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One consoles on Tuesday, September 17th. This version of the game will cost $49.99. So it's a little bit cheaper, probably because it's not going to run particularly well or be downgraded in some way. What do you think of this? Pretty staunch support for something like they see. I don't know how many copies they're looking to sell here, but what do they see? Like, oh, we could scrape another million here or something like that. I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, it's so difficult for me to imagine because so many of my friends, I guess, are many of the friends that I have that are into video games and play games are very firmly in this generation and do not interact with their old consoles really at all. I don't know if any. I think I have like some girlfriends who are like, they still have like a PS4, but like that's like a media machine for them. They're not playing stuff on it. Mm-hmm. They're playing on Switch primarily, and so I don't know, man. There must be a reason to do this, and they must have data. They must have like a good incentive to get this thing running on last generation hardware. I can't imagine what this is going to look like or what this is going to run like on that hardware. Like, and who's going to be excited? They must see like at least $1 million in sales, or like not $1 million, or at least 1 million units, right?
Yeah, it's so interesting. Like, do they
$1 million would be fucking worthless?
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say 1 million copies. I think would even be questionable, just because $50, 70%. Right, so you're down to like $35 million gross. It's like they must have even higher expectations than that, and we're going to talk about it in a little bit. But Chris, maybe the story is in the data, right? Like PlayStation reports monthly active users on PlayStation Network at 116 million, and they report 61.7 million sold PS5. So the numbers are there. Like it's like there's potentially 50 or 60 million people using PS4. Still,
sure, but I guess
crazy.
Yeah, but my thought is like, how much of that is just using them as a media center? You know what I mean? Because
that's certainly,
because that's in most places that I've been where I see a PS4. That's the reason why it's there. It's like, this is my HBO, my Hulu, my Netflix. It's better than a smart TV, which it is. Consoles are just a way better way to have a smart TV than actual smart TVs are still. So. Yeah, I guess that's my only like concern is like you would imagine that if somebody really wanted to play a game as hardcore, and by the way, I'm not saying like Jedi Survivor is hardcore in the sense of like our kind of group necessarily, but if you are into gaming enough to want to have played Star Wars Jedi Survivor, I would imagine that you would have done so already, or that you have a console that can run it, or that you're on a PC platform that's strong enough to run it. So I'd be curious to see how this sells. I mean, it'll be interesting.
Well, it kind of flies in the face. I mean, you can have different strategies internally at this company, of course, than they do. But a game like NCAA football or college football 25 or whatever is a current gen only game that people are going out and buying consoles for, anecdotally at least, and it's going to sell many millions of copies just in current gen. And so are they going to do this with that game too? Because it seems interesting. Like I wonder if there's some sort of latent worry, like we can't quite move on yet. Like there's a real stubborn group of people here, which I think you're right. Well, you can see this just in some of the data Sony shared in their last financial statement from the fiscal year. So that was like months ago now, but where people on PS5 are just spending substantially more money than people on PS4. So people on PS4 are just playing free-to-play games. Well, not all of them, but many are playing free-to-play games, watching Netflix, using YouTube, and they're there and they're going to accommodate them for as long as necessary. But most of the moving and shaking is actually happening on PS5. I think this is a very notable thing. This would be like releasing an NES game in 1996, 1997.
Yeah,
which is unheard of. That didn't happen, and it's just it's super interesting. Yeah, but this isn't the longest that like Sony released the show on PS2. I think through 2012. So you're kind of in the same.
Oh yeah, that's like at the tail end of the next generation,
right? And I think they told me, and I've said this before, that they said that they sold 200,000 copies of it on PS2 the last year, which is interesting. So like 200,000 people went and bought a PS2 game in 2012. Very interesting.
Yeah.
All right. This next story comes from PC Games N. We don't talk about this outlet too much, but they have, basically they did some transcribing. There's a popular YouTube channel called Dan Allen Gaming. I'm not familiar with it, but I know that the guy is pretty big. And he spoke with Glenn Schofield, who of course comes from the kind of the EA, Redwood Shores, Heyday, Dead Space, and all the rest. And most recently, he released with the studio Striking Distance, the game Callisto Protocol, which came out in very late 2022. We talked about that game extensively at that time. We have a Sacred Symbols Plus about it and all the rest, and we talked about it on the show itself. And so he kind of just gave some insight to this particular Dan Allen Gaming podcast or conversation or whatever about what was going on over there with Krafton, which is the studio. So Krafton is the kind of the body, the corporate overlord of Striking Distance, and their PUBG's their major thing. And so as we know, Callisto Protocol was supposed to begin as a PUBG game, and then it became its own thing. And so he said some interesting stuff here. I'll just let him speak for himself. He says, quote, I was looking at a few different places, and then a friend of mine called me and said, the PUBG guys want to talk to you. And he says that they really enjoyed talking with them and they hit it off, whatever. 4 years later, not all the same things are always said, by me as well, probably. I really liked working with them for the first couple of years. It was really the last year or so. We went public and it would put an awful strain on the company, on the board of directors, and on everyone else. And then they put the strain on us, probably. And then the quote ends, and PC Games N writes, Schofield claims that Striking Distance was originally given the freedom to make and expand the Callisto Protocol in whatever way they liked, but that Krafton later insisted the game had to ship in December of 2022. The director, who also created the Dead Space series, says this affected development. Quote, I wanted about 3.5 more months. I was led to believe that this was the way it was going to be. In October or September of 21, I was told, you're going to get the time, put whatever you want into the game. So I spent that Christmas holiday just designing and coming up with ideas and with some of the guys. And then January comes around and some of the folks come over and say, no, it's December 2022. It's not like it costs you less money because you're getting it out 3 months sooner, because I'd like to just kept it the way it was going. I wouldn't have had to add anyone. But if you want it done, that means I've got to accelerate everything by 3.5 months, which means I need to jam people on here. And then he said, too, that they were struck by COVID-19 and mass resignation. Quote, you have a studio of 200 people. 10 to 20 people a month were getting sick, and they were getting sick for weeks. We were devastated. Sometimes our whole department for VFX would be out, or our whole animation department. And then on top of that, in 21, we had the Great Resignation. 49 people quit because everyone was paying through the roof. And so people were leaving me for $10,000 more. 21 was the worst year of development of my life. So more stuff out there if you want to look into that about the Callisto Protocol. This is another example, like the Order 1886, of a game that just, it could have been a lot more than it was, and it wasn't. So you kind of blew your opportunity. Wondering like what it could be in a sequel or something is almost needless, because you're just not going to see it, in my opinion. I mean, that would be surprising.
Yeah.
What do you think about this? It's not a surprise, I guess, that the Callisto Protocol was made under incredible strain.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad, especially just because Glenn Schofield is so storied, and I think I really didn't hate the Callisto Protocol. I thought it was kind of okay.
Yeah, I didn't hate it either.
And so to see, it's not surprising though that there was like, very clear strain. I think we even noted that it felt kind of it was very linear, which I've grown to appreciate as games get more and more bloated, but linear in a way that felt like it wasn't necessarily a choice. It felt more like a time kind of thing. So, I mean, 21 being the worst year of development of somebody's life is also kind of interesting. Like, I really want to see like a genuine documentary about like just time during that period of time, like during the pandemic, like for studios and like how they operated and like in what, because I'm so fascinated by that entire shift and how fast that was, specifically like 2020, like the immediate shift and like when nobody knew what was going on. I think it's a really interesting point in history that we kind of just forget. I kind of forget that even happened sometimes, you know, and it's weird because it was so all encompassing for a hot minute.
Totally. Yeah. I think things move so fast. We have no time to dwell in our lives. And I think that's the nature of modernity. And I think we've already forgotten like how traumatic that was in some sense. No doubt. I think you're totally right about that. So I don't know. I agree with you. I liked the Callisto Protocol fine, but I think it is one of those examples of very similar to The Order. It's not that a 12-hour game is twice as good as a 6-hour game, or a 16-hour game is twice as good as an 8-hour game. You can get a lot more out of the quality of a game and the experience by just adding a little bit more. And the game just fell short from a length perspective and a details perspective. Yeah. And I think it coming out so close to Dead Space remake, it's like, it's so clear like what it could have been and wasn't, you know, like Dead Space and Dead Space remake are like masterpieces. And again, it's 12 hours or 14 hours and just a little bit of replayability and a little bit of nonlinearity and some nice storytelling and pacing. And
that had to be the reason, right? Why they suddenly like chose that time to release. Like, no, it has to be this time.
I would assume like that they would have not benefited very well from coming out afterwards. So yeah. And we talked about that at the time, right? I think on the show, like there's got to be some need to get this thing out first. And everyone knows that. So the biggest disappointment here is just from speaking about Dead Space is just the seemingly not pursuing Dead Space 2, you know, which is like, what do you guys do? Like, I appreciate the one-off stuff, but it's like, it worked really well. That's too bad. I don't think it sold a lot of copies, to be honest.
Yeah.
All right. One more piece of news, and then we can get into what we're playing. Let's see here. Balatro, the card game. Exciting. I bought it, but I bought it with my PlayStation Stars points, actually. And so it's ready to go, but I'm saving it for the football season. And I think it'll be great on the portal, but it sold 2 million copies. So I wanted to congratulate that. I know that's a game that Dustin is specifically passionate about. Have you played Balatro?
I have it. I have it installed on my Steam Deck, and I started it when I bought it, but it was like late at night, and I realized like I don't have the mental energy to learn this whole thing right now. So I've not really played it enough to get a feel for it, but it's sitting on my Steam Deck waiting. I'm waiting for like a good time. I don't know when a good time is going to be, because I don't necessarily have like a football thing. I just kind of have to wait until the vibe kind of hits me, where I'm like kind of into, I don't know, poker right now. And yeah, it's a lot of feeling things out, but like 2 million units is awesome.
Yeah, it's great.
Like, congrats to that team, or you know, because there's definitely that's not a game to scoff at for sure.
All right, it's time for what we're playing, and Chris, we'll begin with you. Take it away.
Yeah, so I'm playing a couple things. I'm still playing Immortals of Aveum. Put some more time into it. I gotta say, I like it. You know, I think it plays really well. I think as a shooter, it's really competent. The FOV is kind of annoying, but like I can kind of deal with it just because it's an interesting concept. I like the idea of the magic shooter, that your hand can shift between these different guns, and that they all feel kind of good and they feel correct. They got some good hit detection going on. I'm into it. I will say, like, the story is kind of like whatever. I'm a little bit apathetic about the story. It's kind of like,
I was the same after a while.
Yeah, it's very kind of in the background for me. But you know, I'm super into. I think specifically like the fact that I didn't realize that there was a grappling hook in this game. I think I knew at one point, but I just kind of tuned it out because I was just like, I guess I'm not going to play this. But the grappling hook is sick. I think like the variety of weapons that you have is cool, because it doesn't stop just at like the hand spells or whatever. You have like R1 magic where you get to like pull spikes up out of the ground, and you have like these like things that slow people down. It's cool. There's a deceptive amount of variety in the gameplay for sure. I think the only thing that I'm not really feeling, I guess, aside from the story, which is kind of like whatever, it's very, very background dressing, is I'm not big on the gear score thing. It kind of reminds me a little bit of the the God of War kind of Ragnarok situation where like there's RPG elements in this game that doesn't really need them. Like I don't need a different gauntlet that gives me like plus 10 resistance. I feel like it's a little weird in a game like this because it feels like there's some good momentum going and it's fun and it's enjoyable. And there's some non-linearity too that I'm not the hugest fan of. I actually think it would have been maybe benefited from like a little bit more of a tightened focus, but it's pretty good. I'm having a good time with Immortals of Aveum. I think it's like solid, like popcorn kind of, turn your brain off and enjoy like a fun kind of game. There's some Marvel writing there, but it's not so egregious. I think it's okay. I think the biggest problem really is just like the stuttering. It's not the smoothest game. Like when you're playing, it's usually fine, but they're like, it's almost like the old Valve games where it's like Half-Life and Half-Life 2, where like when you would go to a different section, it would like pause the game. Like the screen would literally freeze for like 5 seconds while it loaded. It's not that egregious, but you can kind of tell when that's happening. And I don't know if that's like a quirk of Unreal 5 or maybe the way that they've kind of leveraged it for this game specifically, but it is noticeable. And, it is kind of annoying, especially when a lot of the other games I'm playing right now are so buttery smooth in comparison. But yeah, Immortals of Aveum is pretty good. This is another. I feel like this is another Colin was right kind of situation.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I feel bad for them. Like I really do, because I feel like they actually really made a great game and no one cares. Like, yeah, and that's just the way it goes sometimes. People feel. I felt some people were very adversarial about it, being like, "It's not good," and it's not. I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know what you're talking about. Like to me, this in another world, in another timeline, with another dice roll, this would have actually been a pretty big game. I think it's just.
Yeah,
it just didn't matter for some reason. I don't know. Just
it's good. It's good. I think it's weird. I feel like when people hear that kind of thing, when people hear it's good, they translate it into it's amazing. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not amazing. It's not top tier. You're saying this is better than Call of Duty, or like you're saying Immortals of Aveum has better shooting than Destiny or something. It's like, no, obviously not. But it's serviceable and it's fun. It's not bad. I've played games that are technically better with worse feeling shooting, like for sure. And as a shooter, that's really my main concern. Really, it's like how does it play? How does it feel to move around? How does the shooting combat feel? Is there enough variety in there? Does it overload itself with variety? Is it like too complicated for its own good? And I think in some areas it might get to that level. Mm-hmm. It is a little bit. It starts to feel a little bit like it's trying to do too much at certain points, where it's like, oh my god, another spell. Like, do I really need this? Like they gave me this one specific red spell that is linked to the D-pad. And for the curious, like there are your weapon spells, those are your guns. Then there's like your R1 spells. Those are like kind of like debuffs or like specific abilities that you use to break shields or do whatever. And then there's like D-pad abilities that's like your whip when you lash people towards you, very bullet storm. Your slow down kind of green blob things that you use to slow enemies down. And there's another one that like breaks, like a red laser that kind of like breaks magic. But I don't really know what the fuck that means. Like I feel like it didn't explain it very well, and I feel like I don't really anymore, I feel like I don't need it. And it's kind of one of those things where it's like, you're getting a little cute here. Like everything was fine up until then. And then you're just like loading more and more stuff on this. I feel like it's fine as is. Like you don't got to do so much. So but I mean, that's admirable. That's admirable too, though, because it feels like it's a little bit overambitious, which I kind of like. Yeah, Immortals of Aveum is pretty solid. I don't know how far. I have to check my PSN, but I think I'm like, it feels like I have every spell at this point and like every magic ability, because there's literally nowhere else on the controller for them to stick more stuff. Like all my D-pad slots are full, all my guns are full, all my R1 abilities are full. Like I don't think there's anything left to throw in there. So I feel like I'm about like 7 hours in. I've been taking my time with it. I've been enjoying it. And I think, was it last night or the night before? So that's Immortals of Aveum. And last night or the night before, I can't remember exactly because my schedule has been a little bit fucky, but I started officially System Shock Remake. I'm playing it on PC because I can like put it on my Steam Deck, and it's kind of like it's a nice relationship between the hardware. So I could play it before I go to bed, or I can play it like if I'm in my office and I find the time. But man, System Shock is so good. I knew like when I played the demo a long time ago that I liked it, but playing the full game is something, man. Like that Shodan's voice acting is so good.
It's the same, apparently the same woman in both games.
Yeah.
Which is cool.
Yeah, it's the same woman, I think, from the old one. It's just like, dude, I'm loving this feeling of like exploring the space station. I love like the little quirks of like recycling trash into credits and like using, like, I love the look of it. It's got this like kind of lo-fi, but it's not quite. I don't even know how to describe the look of it because it's low poly, but it isn't objectively. It's like low fidelity, high.
Yeah, I know
poly.
exactly what you mean. It's like the resolution's low or something. Like you can't zoom in on things without it degrading pretty heavily. I remember noticing that in that first office in the beginning when you're kind of just exploring that room or whatever.
Yeah, the
hackers. As it starts and it's like, yeah, everything's a little. It's pretty and it looks modern, but it doesn't. It feels like a remake. Like aesthetically, it's interesting. You know.
Yeah, no, it's got a great style. It's got a great soundtrack. I've gotten through. So I did have an issue where like my saves didn't transfer from Steam to my Steam Deck, which was a little frustrating. So I had to go through like the first area, a lot more of the first area again. And I kind of forgot the layout of the map because it does get a little bit obtuse and a little bit confusing. But I just got to the elevator in the beginning, and so I'm like on the second floor. I think research. You start off on medical, and I think
Right.
I'm on research now. But dude, I really love the vibe of System Shock. I love the way it feels to play. I love the audio logs, and I'm reading every single one of these like codex things, which I don't normally do, but there's something about this game that feels like it earns it, or it gets you in the mood to do it. I don't know what it is.
It's very atmospheric.
It's very atmospheric. Shodan and her performance is I don't know why, but like I assumed that because this is an older game and because it's like, you know, it's from a different era where like certain things weren't as valuable to the player as they are now, like writing and performance. And so I figured that stuff would be like a little bit dated or whatever, but like Shodan feels like a really contemporary character in a way. Like it doesn't feel dated to me. The performance feels amazing. And I know the performance is technically updated from the original or whatever, but dude, what's unsettling about Shodan really lands. And I feel like that is a very high percentage of what makes the game work. Maybe not 50%, but like it feels like 30% of the reason why like I'm really into this game is just like getting to the next bit of what Shodan's going to say. It's very, very enticing. Very, very cool. I love it so far. I'm very early on. There are some weapons that I'm not entirely sure how they work yet. There's like a mag pulse thing where like you like press triangle or whatever and it like pumps in and it's like electric, but I don't know how to charge it quite yet. There's still some stuff that I have to look into. Like there's certain vending machines. I didn't even realize you could eat the snacks for a while because I was just like, because I couldn't equip them to the bar, so I was like, I guess it's just junk. And then I figured it out. But I love the feeling of figuring things out in this game. It's like you feel smart, and I don't know, man. I'm really kind of enamored with I don't know, just the way the game feels and the way the game makes me feel. Like it's a really enjoyable game to go through. So I highly, even though I'm only like 2 hours in, I feel like it's just a high recommend from me already, just because it's so interesting and unique, and it's so different from anything else that's out now. It is an immersive sim in like a really strict way that I think if you are somebody who is into first person shooters and you're into like this kind of atmospheric thing, you're into BioShock, but you kind of want something that's like very different and very like unusual. I feel like this is such a breath of fresh air, despite the fact that it's such an old game. It's crazy. It's so good.
Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I loved my time with that game too. I tried to play through it again right after I beat it. I beat it very like I did everything in the game, found everything and whatever, got all the trophies except for just basically what the one major trophy I'm missing is just beating it again on that 444 mode or whatever, or 333, whatever it is. So like, because it has different difficulty levels for everything.
I turned the puzzle difficulty down to 1, by the way. Everything else is 2, I think, because like 2's like middle ground. That's fine. I don't need like a crazy. I'm not here to play competitive Halo multiplayer here, okay? But puzzles, like, stop.
Yeah, the cyberspace parts get pretty difficult too.
Yeah.
But they're really, yeah, I'm so glad you like it. I really love it too. And I loved playing it just from the anthropological point of view of really understanding where BioShock comes from in a way I just didn't, you know. So
yeah, finding the wrench is fun too. Like I like when you pick up that wrench for the first time, it's like, yes.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Very cool.
Yeah.
All right, man. That sounds good. And yeah, again, shout out to those are two great games. A shout out to Immortals of Aveum. I tried my best to evangelize it. It was on PS Plus. I think that's probably why you're playing it, right? And so I think,
yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I hope people, you know, at least have access to it that way. I really think that could have been a new, interesting series, but it's not going to be. All right. For me, I'm playing two very different games, or was playing one of them. I beat it and then moved into another one. So since we spoke last week, I said I was going to begin Tales of Kenzera Zao at some point, and I did, and I platinumed it. That's my 164th platinum. This is from Surgeon Studios. This is an EA published game, an EA original. And interestingly, it's led by Abu Bakar Salim. I think that's how you say it. Abu Bakar Salim.
I have no idea.
He's a voice actor and like an actor, and he was Bayek in Assassin's Creed Origins, but he's in a bunch of stuff. Like he was in the Napoleon film that just came out. He was in House of the Dragons last season, and so on and so forth. So he was in an episode of Black Mirror. So he's like a well-known actor, but he kind of created this series. The studio Surgeon, and directed this video game, and it's a Metroidvania ostensibly. And I was curious about it. I bought it when it came out, but I was curious about it specifically because I love Metroidvanias. It's rare for like a meaningful Metroidvania to come out and for me not to play it. And so I didn't want to let it get by the goalie for too long. So I had it on my cross media bar since it came out, and I finally got around to it. But I'm also curious about it because it kind of was a lightning rod in the culture war, and I wanted to understand more. And I must say that the way people talked about this game made me kind of go in with being like, oh my God, like I'm gonna have to withstand some sort of preachiness or something in order to get to like what looks like really good gameplay. Because I went and looked at a trailer for it, and I was like, yeah, this looks great. I mean, and the reality is that I platinumed it, so obviously well, it's not obvious that I like that I platinum games that I don't like.
Yeah. You platinum Still Wakes the Deep.
That's right, I did, and that was a waste of time, but nonetheless. But with this game, I really liked this game. Like, I think this is a great game, and I'm not surprised that it's a great game from a gameplay point of view because it looked great. I mean, you can kind of just tell, but I thought it was pretty great from other perspectives too. People, and I said this to Gene actually when we did Sacred Symbols Plus about Game Informer, which people can go listen to now on Patreon if they want. But I had noted that I was playing this game, or I'd played it, and I'm like, wow, it really does come to pass that every once in a while something in the culture war is exactly the way your opponents in quotes would describe it, which in this case is racist, right? Like there's nothing DEI about this game. It's just a game about black people. And like, why can't people separate the two things or the two notions or what we mean by those things, so that this game got caught up in a very unfair cycle of criticism by people that I assume didn't play it, because there is, and I want to reiterate, nothing woke about this game. It's just about a boy and his father and his mother, and like this adventure he goes on. There's literally probably 6 characters in the entire game. They're all black. There are no white people in the game. They're all black. I won't spoil it too much for you, but I was kind of bummed playing it from that perspective, where I'm like, wow, this game was really deeply misrepresented by a lot of people, and I think did some injury to it. Whether or not it would have done well or not, like many EA originals actually do very well, and some of them don't. I mean, if you look at something like Wild Hearts or whatever, like and fucking Immortals of Aveum, we just talked about, I think it's a great game, but obviously bombed. So sometimes these games hit and sometimes they don't, but I can totally see why Electronic Arts saw something in this, and I don't think it has anything to, well, I'm sure it has something to do with its cultural representation and all of that, which I think is fine, but it fundamentally at its core has nothing to do with that. It's a good game. And so I needed to say that like, I think sometimes things get caught up in a culture war, and it's like a little, and it kind of makes sense. Like the way people talk about Concord's roster, it's like, yeah, it's a little, it's like, fine, like do what you got to do, but it's a little vanilla and weird, and it comes off to some people as preachy, and it's not fun. but that doesn't mean that things that I think people conflate all of this stuff into being the same thing, and it's not. So I really highly recommend this game, Tales of Kenzera Zao. I think it's really, really fun. And it does some interesting things with the Metroidvania formula, in my opinion, where it's on Metroidvanias have very common mechanics where it's like, oh, you'll get a double jump and you'll get a dash, but you actually start with a double jump and you start with the dash, and the game kind of builds on itself differently, which in some sense makes it a quicker Metroidvania compared to many of them, where it doesn't require quite as much backtracking and all of that. And the collectibles are there and you can upgrade your character and do all these kinds of things. But I just thought it was a very pleasant experience and I really liked it. And I think that it deserves a lot more attention and credit than it's getting. And I'm sorry that I got caught up in the predictable, there's a black person in it, so it has to be this other thing that we feel like wedges things into a game, maybe reasonably so, as if not talking about them as separate entities. So
yeah.
So I have to say about that game.
Yeah, well, I mean, are we gonna read Jeshua, because it's about?
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was letting you in. Yeah, please.
Yeah, because I haven't played it, so I don't know if I have anything to add to like the game specifically. But I mean, the conversation I think is interesting.
Joshua Anderson wrote in, said, Colin, saw you're playing Tales of Kenzera, and it brought to mind a TikTok video I saw. He pointed out the hate when an existing character like Spider-Man gets a black or Hispanic variation like Miles. Then studios catch hate when making a game with a character that actually existed like Yusuke. I think that's how you say it, right? Finally, an original IP built from the ground up on, or is it Yosuke or whatever? Finally, an original IP built from the ground up on a black character in Tales of Kenzera drops, and it's called Woke. So what is it that this loud crowd wants? No blacks as mains in games at all. Anyway, love all that LSM does. I mean, the reality is that there is a group of people where the answer is yes. Mm-hmm. I mean, clearly, because if you're going to go after a game like this, then the answer is yes. Right? Like that is what those there is a group of people. I this is why I feel like we have to be more deliberate about the social context of things, and why I keep saying to people that though I appreciate people are fighting various fronts of the culture war and social issues, I don't feel like there's many good arbiters in it, because everything gets sucked in across this event horizon like a black hole where there's no context and it ruins the message. And as we said, Chris, it stops. We bring this up over and over again, but like the woman that went on and on about how she doesn't hire white people, or like, only, it's like she was going on like this racist diatribe, basically. Yeah. This game developer. And it's like, that is a problem. But when you start conflating things and weighing them down with these anchors that aren't real, then it just makes you seem like everything you argue for is specious. And this is just one of those examples. It just is. So.
No, for sure. Yeah, I think it's one of those situations where like people can feel a certain way, and then a group coalesces, and then you look to your left and you look to your right, and you see certain people there that are like, oh, like, I don't know how I feel about this exactly. And this is definitely like a throwing the baby out with the bathwater kind of thing, where it's like you cannot just assume malicious intent for everything that exists. This is not, I mean, the reality is the world and like the way people are and people's motivations change far less often than the lens at which we view them. And so I think about this all the time. Like anytime something is anything that would be called woke or whatever today, or like anything that would be called racist in 2016 or whatever, I think about like, how would that thing be received in the 1990s when there was no algorithmic profiteer engine building empires off of people's anger? And the reality is, like, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air would have been called a woke show. Seinfeld famously, didn't have a female character until the network was like, hey, you got to add a woman in this. You got to have a woman in this. We got to reach out to more demographics. It's just like, that's just smart business. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's inherently obvious that you would want more people to connect with the show. And so they added Elaine, and then the show took off. And it was like, obviously, like, that was a missing ingredient to something that ended up really benefiting. Like, there's a lot of decisions that are only viewed the way they're viewed because of the lens that has been foisted upon us by mega corporations that profiteer off of your engagement with their clickbait anger, their clickbait bullshit. And it's not to say that there aren't legitimate problems or like that there aren't people like legitimately like shoveling shit in people's faces or whatever. It's just a matter of like, you have to really pay attention and be very self-aware of how the brain works and how the brain often likes to find patterns where there are none. I think about it all the time. When I was a kid, I used to be afraid of like, I used to stare at my blanket until I would see faces in the wrinkles. You know what I mean? And there are no faces in the wrinkles, but you can make them. If you stare long enough, you can make them. And I feel like that's what's happening a lot now. Like, dude, Portal had an Asian woman protagonist. No one had a problem with it. You know, Gears of War had like, you know, Dom, Marcus, Coltrane, Black and Hispanic, co-leads of that game. No problem whatsoever. Why? Why was that not a problem? Why would it not be a problem in the past when you could argue things are technically more racist than they would be today, but it is a problem all of a sudden? It's engagement. And it sucks that it's like that because it means we have to be very, very deliberate with the way that we interact with everything that we see. We can't be as on autopilot as we probably traditionally have been. And this is another example of one of these things where it's like, is this game has an entirely black cast? For what reason? I don't know. The artists wanted to do that, and that's fine. You know, things used to be
it's just
fine.
It's about a place in time and a family,
right?
And there's just not that many people in the game, and it doesn't. It's like you wouldn't even really think twice about it. It's like watching the Cosby Show, right? It's like,
or Fresh Prince,
right? Or Fresh Prince, right? You would occasionally have a white friend or whatever, but it's like it's not about. The Family Matters is another example. It's like you don't even think about it because it's just what it is. Like, why can't it just be what it is?
Well, that's the thing. It's like we don't think about it because at the time where those things were relevant, we did not have this economy of attention, you know, built around drawing. Dude, anger is the most engaging emotion that you can engage in, right? It is the most profitable. It is the most profitable thing that you can peddle as a grifter or as like even just a social media platform algorithmically. Like it gets people engaged, it gets people arguing, it gets people in the comments, it gets more ad reads, it gets more this and that and that. And it's the same reason why, you know, you can get like 100 compliments in one day on your YouTube video or like your podcast or whatever, but that you'll get one like seething comment, it'll live in your head rent free. It's a very powerful emotion. And I think, you know, I don't want this to sound super conspiratorial because I don't really think it's like necessarily this like grand conspiracy, but I think it's just a natural reality that businesses have come to understand. It's just like people respond really well to anger. And it seems to indicate that they like it. So like we're going to provide it and we're going to make a lot of money and we're going to rot people's brain from the inside out. And it sucks, man. Because there's no question, there's no doubt that these like Prototype 2 would have been a problem in if it came out today.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or Portal would have been like, why is there an Asian woman? And it's just like, why? It's weird.
I just can't explain the whole. It's like you're saying it's more complicated because some things pass by the goalie and some things don't. Like some things are egregious and some things aren't.
Right.
I don't know. It's bothersome. It's bothersome just because I feel like games like this aren't going to do well regardless because there's just too much competition. But in the space where it could have gotten more notice and a lot more love, which is in kind of our small ecosystem of players online and on social media and YouTube and all the rest, I just don't feel like it was able to break through while it's not one of what I would consider the obvious examples of what people would be in quote talking about. Right. Mm-hmm. So again, check it out if you're interested. If you like your Metroidvanias, pretty touching story if you're interested in that too, but not what I mean, it's interesting. I just like playing these games. I just like playing Metroidvanias. They're very satisfying to me.
Right.
So, and a nice platinum in it too, pretty easy to get. So, the other game I've been playing, so I was looking on what to go on to next and I was thinking, you know, earlier this year, Rabbit and Bear Studios released Eiyuden Chronicle 100 Heroes, which is kind of the spiritual successor to Suikoden. It came out in April and it's on PS4 and PS5. And I'm like, I want to get to that. I think I actually already bought it, but I wanted to kind of get to that. So I was like, you know, maybe I'll play that. But instead, I had remembered that back in 2022, the game Ayuden Chronicle Rising came out. And this is from 505 Games, which is also working as the publisher on 100 Heroes. Natsume Atari, the Japanese studio, actually made this game kind of on the side while Rabbit and Bear was working on the primary game. And it's kind of this prequel, spin-off, whet your appetite sort of game. And it's basically an action RPG meets kind of like a town builder, very much predicated on doing these kind of fetch quests and side quests for people. It's fine. I owned it because I went to buy it and I already owned it. And I'm like, I either bought it at the time. I buy games, as people know, just to support things. So I really don't know what I bought. Or if it was on PS Plus at some point, I just grabbed it. It might have been. Yeah. I think that would be a very reasonable tease for the next game, which is supposed to be a lot better than this, but it's fine. It's very limited. It's a lot of just talk to this person. This person needs 10 pieces of lumber. You go into the dungeon, the forest dungeon, you find lumber by killing enemies or hitting trees and they break apart and whatever. You go back to the woman, you give her the lumber. Then you have like this stamp book. And there's like 3 sets of stamps. You have like your silver, gold, and platinum. And so you do your silver stamps and then your gold stamps and then your platinum stamps. And you get stamps from people in this town for doing tasks for them. So it's very much just predicated on going and like the magic shop needs more mana. And you go into like the dungeon and you mine it and you bring it back. Or this guy needs you to bring this item to this person, and you just do that. And a lot of it you can even just do over menus because you could just fast travel to all these different places. So it's very much, it's got like almost a management vibe to it in some sense. But I think the important thing about it for Ayuden Chronicle, if you're into that kind of whole arc, is it just introduces some of the characters that I think become relevant in 100 Heroes. So it's not like necessary to play. In fact, I was reading some stuff about it where it's like, it's really not necessary at all to play, but it's a cool predicate for what's to come. It's apparently only 15-ish hours long. I'm probably 5 or 6 hours into it now. I'm just listening to a podcast or YouTube videos while I play it. It's just kind of mindless, but I like grindy kind of just games like this sometimes. It's not something I always want to play. It's very similar to Dragon Quest. Like Dragon Quest is just grindy as fuck. Just turn-based battle over and over and over again. This is very similar where it's just like it's like Dark Cloud or Azure Dreams or one of these games from back in the day where you have like a hub town and then you just go into like a dungeon and then come back and go into a dungeon and come back. And that's just, and you don't, if you die in the dungeon, you kind of lose your shit or whatever. Yeah. So that's what Ayuden Chronicle Rising is. I will see it through and then I'll probably get into 100 Heroes after that because there's really nothing coming out until, for me, that's a big game, until Astrobot. So I have some time to kill.
Yeah. It's like a checklist kind of game, it sounds like.
Oh, certainly.
Yeah.
It's good. But more in the Japanese style as opposed to like, I like my Far Cry checklist games. Like Far Cry is way more complex than this game will ever be. The combat is it's 2D action. Yeah. So it's pretty stiff. It doesn't have to be that stiff, but it is. You have different characters. Some of the characters are pretty unsettling in this game, I got to be honest with you. There's a character that's like a kangaroo with an eye patch that keeps his sword in his pouch.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. There's like some weird shit going on in this game that I think you would find deeply unsettling.
Oh, yeah. So, I have no doubt. Yeah.
So there's that as well. But yeah, I don't know. Like 100 Heroes did very well critically. I don't know if commercially people really cared about it. I don't know if it's the beginning of something new. We're kind of also in a holding pattern because Konami's Suikoden 1 and 2 remasters or whatever have not come out yet. And that's what people are really waiting for. So yeah, I just thought I would play this, get a little bit of a taste of something different because Kunitsugami, I still want to get through, but I just was kind of getting a little bored with it. So
right.
It's good. It is. I don't want to shit talk it. It is very repetitive. And this game is repetitive too, but it's quicker. Like this Kunitsugami, because it's an RTS, it's like you're waiting. It's a lot of waiting and like going through the motions as opposed to like having some action and whatever. So I'll get to that back to that as well. But I'm really waiting for Astrobot, which will be out in less than a month.
Really?
And some of you will be busy with Concord soon enough. I'm sorry, Chris. Go ahead.
No. Is it really that? Or it's because it's September, right?
It's September 6th, I want to say. I think it's the day of our live show.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's early in September.
Yeah.
Dang, it's already September? That's wild.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Feels insane. All right.
Let's get into our only big news item this week, which are PlayStation's financials, Sony's financials. I'll read through them and we'll get into a couple questions and we'll opine a little bit, and then we'll get into the inquiries from the audience to wrap the show up as we always do. Number one, Sony's recently released financials for its first fiscal quarter in the 2024 fiscal year show a promising financial picture for the company, as well as its flagship PlayStation brand, even as PlayStation 5 console sales continue to slow from their once meteoric heights. Sony's wider business enjoyed a mild increase of 2% in gross sales, with a much more promising 10% increase in operating income, its profit after business expense. And while we won't get into the ins and outs of the whole business, it's worth noting that a repeated concern in the financial presentation and Q&A session with investors thereafter is that Sony is forecasting a high possibility of a global financial downturn that, because of the strong performance of the American dollar comparable to many other dominant forms of global currency, could hit the wider firm. However, it's the foreign exchange rate that's key to Sony's increased fortunes in the short term, as they are a Japanese company primarily doing business overseas, where they can convert repatriated profits to a much weaker Japanese yen, where a dollar or euro would go further. PlayStation 5 sold 2.4 million units from April 1st through June 30th of 2024, bringing the total consoles sold number to 61.7 million. This puts the console at parity with Nintendo's iconic NES and Famicom line of consoles, with it now looking up at stauncher competition. In the home console space, Xbox 360 would be next on the list at roughly 84 million consoles sold, with PlayStation 3 slightly ahead from there at 87 million sold. So while PS5 will almost certainly surpass both of these numbers easily, it won't happen until late in the generation. Aligned with PlayStation 4's first 3.5 years or so, PS5 is being outsold by PS4 by about 2 million units globally, but there's a couple of vital caveats, including that PS4 was cheaper than PS5 for the duration of its time on the market, and while PS4 was being sold for $300 by this point in its life cycle, PS5 remains a higher priced machine. And the high engagement with PlayStation 5 is seen in the data. Even with slowing console sales, the PlayStation brand experienced a 12% year-over-year increase in sales, with a significant increase in quotes of 33% of operating income. Based on these strong numbers, Sony has already opted to revise its fiscal year forecast for unit-wide gross and operating incomes by 3% each. The PlayStation ecosystem has had an average of 116 million active users per month during the fiscal quarter, the brand's highest quarter one showing ever. And the presentation calls out strong sales of Helldivers 2, the PC port of Ghost of Tsushima, and the Destiny 2 expansion, The Final Shape, as its top performers. Also interesting is the increase in profitability for the PlayStation Plus subscription service, with so-called network services up 13% due in part to, quote, a steady shift to premium services, end quote. Sony's financial presentation likewise called out the likes of Concord, Astrobot, and God of War Ragnarok's PC release as the next big first-party offerings of note. During the quarter, 53.6 million full games were sold on PS5 and PS4, with 80% of them digital. That digital number is an all-time high for PlayStation. Anything stand out to you here, Chris? PS5 is certainly slowing down in its sales. However, I feel like there's a tension now between saturation at its price point. I don't think PlayStation 5 is anywhere near its saturation point, but it needs to drop the price. And I think that they're obviously going to do that when the Pro comes out. So
Yeah.
it could be that we're looking at a slower time now and much churnier times in the next 2 quarters.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's probably. I think there's also just like an attitude in the air where it's like if people are really in the market for a PlayStation 5, but they've been hearing whispers of like, oh well, there's probably going to be a Pro soon. Like it's not necessarily. It's kind of an open secret in the space of people who are paying attention. So like that probably could have like at least a minor effect on like how that's shaking up. But I think the thing that I'm most curious about is the steady shift to premium services. Like that 13%. That increase of 13% is kind of, that strikes me as kind of big, considering, I don't know, is there really anything that's, like, what do you think is the reason for that, like, uptick? Like, do you think, like, the classic offerings getting better? I can't point to, like, a single thing that would, justify that, I guess.
I would assume that so in the verbiage, because I watched both they release their financial statements and then they release like an hour kind of presentation of the statement. So you can just like watch it. And then they do an investor Q&A with like their big investors. And then they do an investor Q&A with like retail investors. So I watched all of it, and they use the terminology, and I put it here in quotes, steady shift to premium services, premium being a proper noun. Yeah. So I don't know if this is indicative of PlayStation Plus Premium, which would be the highest tier. But what I would have read it is I wouldn't be surprised if Extra is becoming bigger.
Right.
Because it is becoming somewhat compelling. I mean, it's never going to be compelling for me. It's just never going to be. I'm not looking for a back catalog of games. I'm really not. But I can see, and it's the same thing with Game Pass, which like I've always said is a very high value proposition product, where it's like it's not for me. I'm never going to see it, so it's not worth me kind of opining on it from that perspective. But there's no doubt that a lot of people are seeing great value in it. My friend Ramon is coming to stay with me in the next couple of days for a little less than a week, and I know he loves PS Plus Extra because he is casual and he hasn't played a PlayStation since PS2, so the world is his oyster. And he's like, yeah, this is the fucking best thing I've ever seen in my life. But for me or for you, I think it would be a little bit of a different proposition. So I think that increase is sensible and actually maybe a good sign of getting maybe more casual people to buy in to this catalog approach, which is comparably very cheap when you only have to license games and forego old sales, but not put your new shit into it, which has always been their mantra. So it's good that they're extracting value from it, in my opinion.
Yeah, makes sense.
Let's see here. There was something else that stood out to me. I'm just reading through it. Yeah, so, let me get to this inquiry from Sly Cooper 007. And then I can get into what I was going to say. He says, hello, gentlemen. And he says, hello, gentlemen, with one A, so, with an A instead of an E, so I don't know who he's talking to. Sony reported that PS5 hit 61 million lifetime sales a few days ago. However, we're seeing games like Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2 undersell and underperform on the platform, while games as a service games are thriving. It feels like we're in a weird territory right now with PlayStation. The console sales are doing great while software sales aren't doing so hot. Look at what happened recently with Braid. Are we in an unhealthy place as a games industry compared to last gen? What does this mean for PS6? Where we're experiencing this downward trend, or is it even a downward trend with certain traditional games like Elden Ring being massive? Are gamers being underserved in some sense with recent AAA games? I'll hang up and listen now, and someone should probably go help Dustin's wife if she still hasn't given birth yet. We have a team on it, so don't worry about it.
Yeah.
The medical team has been
deployed.
I don't know what word I'm looking for. Dispatched, I guess I was going to try to say. It's a little medieval to say that. I've dispatched a medical team to go.
Yeah.
So I was looking for something else, but it wouldn't come. All right. So Sly Cooper 007, in my opinion, I feel like and I've said this before, this attack on these games underperforming, like Final Fantasy VII Remake 2, Remake Part 2 are just, this is not calibrating for the realities of the industry. We said this back about Final Fantasy 16. How in what world is that a failure to sell now probably 5 million copies of Final Fantasy 16 on an install base of 60 million people? That seems pretty respectable to me. People forget Final Fantasy VII Remake launched on a console with more than 100 million install base.
Yeah.
It's a different situation now. It launched into and it's a sequel. So I feel like people are just looking for anything they can to take the piss out of some of these games, and I think it's unfair. There's no doubt that a lot of games are struggling. You bring up Braid. I mean, I just feel like Braid's re-release was and Jonathan Blow had talked about how it kind of failed. It's I don't know how many times I have to tell you, a lot of shit is just coming and going. It's just too much, and things are going to fall victim to a rapidly moving environment where it's not only the best games are going to survive and stand out, but games that really do something substantial are going to stand out or find a niche. You know what's an interesting game that I feel like is actually sticking around in a greater way than I anticipated? Not that I know anything about these games really, but that game, The First Descendant or whatever.
Yeah.
It seems like because they've figured out some sort of niche, the sexiness, the whatever, doing what Destiny doesn't in some ways, whatever. And you can kind of stay around, but you have to find that unique angle, and there has to be a demand for it. So I just feel like it's kind of shitty when, and I said this about Stellar Blade. It's Stellar Blade comes out and sells over 1 million copies, and everyone's like, "What a failure!" It's what are you talking about? I don't understand what people are talking about. A game selling 1 million copies is a lot. It's a lot of copies. I'm not saying it's the requisite copies a game would need to make money back or anything like that. Certainly in the AAA space with first and second party games, you expect many, many more copies sold than that. But these new games that come out of nowhere that are sexualized or very niche or whatever, and it's 1 million copies. Oh, who gives a shit? It's what are you saying? I don't understand what we expect. We want what do we want? What do we want Stellar Blade to sell? 10 million copies? Like I don't know what you think was going to happen.
Yeah, it's the expectations are confusing to me as well. Like I just don't really know what people want or what people expect. I think Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I mean, we talked a little bit about this kind of phenomenon on the Bungie Sacred Symbols Plus that we did, but like, I mean, as that's a sequel, and it's a sequel to a remake of a game that is a sequel. It's like if you didn't know anything about Final Fantasy VII Remake, Final Fantasy VII Remake would probably be the last thing you would pick up, because it's just like, oh, it's the 7th Final Fantasy and it's a remake. What the hell's going on? So it already is kind of like operating from this weird kind of like casual inaccessibility. But like, to continue that, and again, like the install base for that platform versus this platform, I mean, I don't really. It feels like people are not calibrated correctly, and they don't really take into account the economy of attention that is really at work here. Where Final Fantasy VII is going to demand a lot of attention. Braid, I got to be honest with you, I didn't even realize Braid even happened again. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't hear, outside of like hearing about it on this show, I've seen nothing about that, even occurring. So,
well, because it's one of fucking 8 million games a year that comes out now,
right? Yeah.
So that a game could even garner attention to sell a few million copies is really remarkable. That's the exception. Yeah. Don't people understand that that's the exception?
Yeah, most games that come out do not make anywhere near that, or do not sell anywhere near that. I think we're, what it is? We are, well, not we, but like the royal we. We're accustomed to playing games that are successful, because obviously successful games are more likely to show up in our libraries than otherwise. So we see like, oh, well, I'm playing this game that has millions of players. I'm playing this game that has millions of players. I'm playing this game that has a review on IGN that got like an 8, 9, 10 out of 10 or whatever. And so we assume that that's on some level the norm, because it's our norm of interaction. But dude, there are so many thousands of games that sell probably like fewer than 1,000 copies. It's probably most games, really.
Oh yeah, dude. We say that all the time.
By a lot.
I just want people to calibrate. Like, there's not going to be, I don't want to say there's not going to be any. There are going to be fewer culturally relevant games that are released that are like moment tentpole games, a Call of Duty or something like that. These games will exist, and when the games hit, they'll take up more oxygen, more time, more money, and so fewer games will then follow. Like, it's going to become more and more like this. Think of games as like city states in an old like Central European map. Like, you got to just carve out little places for yourself. That's it's sad, but it's like the best you can hope for. The era of, in some sense, like, games would sell in the cartridge era way less than they do now because they were produced way less. But Jaffe had brought up in the past, like, more in the PS1 and PS2 era, there were more like 1 million sellers than we have now. But there were the best selling game on PlayStation 1 sold 10 million copies. There are a handful of games that came out last year and this year that will have or will have sold 10 million copies by now, including games from first party. So it's just, things are different. It's I feel like the analysis of these situations is so rudimentary in some corners, like the way people talk about it. It's deeper than just being like, oh, this game sold fucking 1 million copies and is a failure. It's like, but what is the context?
Yeah.
What is the context of that?
There's also, he says here too, that the console sales are doing great while software sales aren't doing so hot. Look at what happened recently with Braid. And it does, you have to also take into account that back in the time of Braid, we had very few, if any, free to play games on console. And none. Maybe one that I can't think of. You know what I mean? Like, throwing it out there, just
Free
a shot in the fucking
shit,
dark. Yeah, something like that, or like the Phantasy Star Online demo. You know what I mean? But I don't know. Like, I think the fact that the industry has shifted so much in the sense that that's even a persistent genre now, and it is such a huge part of the pie in some way. It might not be a part of the monetary pie as far as like, buying a piece of software and getting access to it, but it's a huge piece of, again, the attention economy, where a lot of people are playing those games and the money is going into those games. It's going into battle passes, cosmetics, what upgrade, like loot boxes it used to be, And so there's a lot of money pouring in, you know, it's just a matter of like, dude, if you're going to rip somebody away from a free game that is ostensibly very good, there are a lot of free to play games today that are objectively better than games that you would pay full price for in the 90s or the 2000s, you know, like for sure. And so the value proposition there is like, well, I'm going to pay full price for something that I don't know about, that no one's told me about, that I have to like sift through the store and like actually like know about beforehand so I can search for it and find it. Like it's rough out there. And I think the solution really, or like if there is a solution at all, we've talked about it before, but just like, dude, putting a lock on what gets on this store is a no brainer to me. I don't know why you would want to do so much damage to your own storefront by like having like Sushi Flip King uploaded 5 times on the same day. Like,
dude,
something needs to happen with that soon.
There's a story on Push Square. Yeah, here it is. I read this morning. It's not newsworthy for our show generally, but because you brought this up, or because this came up, they wrote a story. It says, PSA, buying the Exit 8 on PS5, don't get ripped off by the Exit 9. A game called the Exit 8 just released on PS5 and PS4, they wrote, but if you go looking for it on the PlayStation Store, you'll likely be greeted with another game called the Exit 9. But despite both games sporting almost the exact same logo and color scheme, the Exit 9 has nothing to do with the creepy, highly rated walking sim that is the Exit 8. It's like, how is this shit even getting through? That's unacceptable.
Dude,
it's just,
and that's not even.
It's totally unacceptable as a consumer, as a creator, whatever. You know,
yeah,
everyone loses.
Dude, you know what's crazy about it too is that it's not even like a Sushi Flip King or like Burger Flipper or whatever, where it's like 99 cents. This Exit 99 thing is $14. If there's like a sale on it right now where it's like $8.99, but like what the hell? That's insane.
It's so weird. Like, it's so weird that it's time to stop pretending that this shit just ends up on the PlayStation Network. It fucking doesn't. I'm telling you, it doesn't. When we put games on the PlayStation Network, it doesn't just happen. You have to interact with people and you have to pass all these certification checks. And like, people are looking, why is this happening? Like, why is this allowed to happen? It's just compounding the problem. Dude, this, what does Sony have to lose by saying like, no, we're not publishing your game? Like,
yeah.
What do they have to lose? Like, I don't get this openness. It's comical.
Yeah, it really doesn't make. I feel like a lot of these games would do a lot better if they didn't have to compete with garbage. You know, just objectively garbage. By the way, I'm not even like. I'm not being mean. Like, it's literally just like shovelware. Like,
and dude, people say like, "Oh, your games wouldn't make the cut," and it's like, dude, maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't. I would put our games up against this shit any day of the week. Any day of the week. Like, from a quality standpoint. I dare someone to put on Habroxia 2 or fucking Super Perils or whatever and say that that's the kind of game we're talking about. Are you kidding? Like, we put out cogent products. That's all we're asking for, are cogent, real products, not shovelware and garbage. And who's minding the store? Why does no one care? It's getting so bad. It's getting so bad. And I think a lot of people, like, that's why I go into the PlayStation Store all the time and just look at games. I do it probably like once or twice a week sometimes and just kind of circulate through. And it's a lot of the same stuff, but things always pop up. And I'm almost immunized by it because on PSN profiles, they do a good job now of hiding all the shovelware. So you don't really even see it unless you go and look, but it is there. And it bothers me that people don't understand how much it's hurting Discovery.
I feel like it's more expensive to even host this shit than it is to not, you know what I mean? Like, on some level, right? Like, that's server space in some way, right? Like, I don't know exactly how all that stuff works, but
there's like a component of that, but it's not even that to me. It's like, it's just all the real world interaction. Like, you have to have a person, you hire a person, you pay him $110,000 a year. I'm just making it up, right? And his job is like, he has like a subsection of the indie developers he has to deal with, and he like deals with certification stuff, and he helps like liaise and get games going and like suggest dates and do all of that. Like, he's not making his money back on like, it can't be.
Yeah.
So that game sells 50 copies. That alone, like, regardless of like the serving it and all of that, and then and what Sony gets out of it, which is this 30% of it. So it's not like they're getting all of it. It's just I agree that just like a government bureaucracy, like, this could be run much more efficiently.
Yeah.
and have a better end product and cheaper too. But I digress. Okay. Anything else to talk about here? I'm looking around. Yeah, I guess one thing I'll say here, I guess, about PlayStation 5 sales, people are down on the sales units. Guys, like, we're in kind of the mid-life now of the console that hasn't really had a true price cut yet. And the price cuts that happened more recently at the retail level are not reflected in this, because this ended in June. So I think that there's going to be a combination of factors that will help PlayStation push units. And I will remind everyone that amongst the doom and gloom on this is being ignored that Sony is increasing its revised its fiscal year forecast up. Mm-hmm. So it seems like it's happy with what it's seeing.
Yeah, there also isn't like a big a big tentpole split. I mean, we have Astrobot, but Astrobot's not really like, Astrobot's going to be cool, and I'm pretty excited about it personally, but that's not, it isn't an Uncharted or like a Last of Us level splash that's going to get people like jumping at the, chomping at the bit for a new machine.
Certainly.
It's a slow time.
Yeah, agreed. I'm trying to see what else here. Yeah, so 2.4 million units. It's not a lot of units, but I think that PS5 Pro will push some units. I don't know how many, but I also think that the price cut that will come along with that inevitably for the core machine is going to help push units. So I'm not too worried. It's well on its way to 100 million units sold, which would be a huge success, in my opinion. And remember the economy and everything's different. Again, context.
Yeah. When is this rumored thing supposed to be? This Pro event or a Tokyo?
No one knows.
Game?
I mean, I just assume. I don't make an assumption. I think a possibility is that maybe it would even be a Tokyo Game Show or surrounding Tokyo Game Show, specifically just because they're going to be there for the first time. The time in years, the timing kind of seems right to get the console revealed. I mean, I assume this thing is gonna leak at some point if it's not revealed. It already started to leak in software updates. So
yeah,
as we discussed with No Man's Sky and some other stuff. So yeah,
we shall see. September 26th, maybe around that time.
Yeah, it would be interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go into listener inquiries and hear from the audience. Patreon.com/laststandmedia.
Dude, it's crazy because like we finished the news and then I was like, all right, time for the drop. Like in my head, because we're in this mode now.
Right.
So weird.
None of that anymore.
Nah.
You guys ruined it.
No more shumps.
It's like you ruined everything. Sick
you
of it.
Ruined it.
I'm sick of it,
Dad. Why'd you ruin it?
No, the drop. All right. All right. Connor Reese wrote into us on Patreon. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. He says, "Greetings, gentlemen. I have a simple question. What are your hopes and dreams for Insomniac's Wolverine? I feel we should get a new trailer soon. I personally have avoided leaks, so I don't know much about the game, but I recently saw Deadpool and Wolverine in theaters and immediately went home to try to get Raven Software's incredible Wolverine game working on my Steam Deck. It works, and it's as awesome as I remember. That game really is great. I really hope Insomniac takes some cues from X-Men Origins Wolverine. What about you guys? Are you excited? Do you care about the project at this point? For me, it's about the only Marvel-related game I'm looking forward to now. Thanks, and have a great weekend." So this was a major target of the Insomniac leaks late last year, and a lot of footage, I think, continues to really just get leaked all the time about this, as I understand it. If you know where to look, I both don't really know where to look, and I also don't care. Personally, like I saw, the early stuff that was released back in December, and I'm like, yeah, all right, I get it. And I kind of did spoil the game for myself. Although what's so funny is I'm so ignorant on video games. Like I read a lot of the documentation that was leaked, and I don't even remember any of it anymore. Because I know
exactly.
Yeah. So what are your expectations with this game? First of all, my expectation is that we're going to see this at whatever event is coming up in what I would assume is a major way. But go on.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, it's about time, I think, at this point, that we at least see something. Because when was the last teaser trailer that they showed for it? I think it
might have been last year.
You think so?
But I don't know.
Really?
They showed it twice, right? Because they first showed it in 2021. But I can look it up. I'll look it up.
Yeah, well, yeah. So teaser, yeah, the 2021 was the first time they showed it, I think. If I remember correct, I could be fucking completely wrong. Though.
Yeah, they showed it in 2021. That's when it was revealed, and
right, yeah,
confirmed in
That's what I mean.
September of 2021. And then no, I guess the next major thing was the 2023 leaks and stuff like that. So yeah, okay,
yeah. So they haven't really spoken since then. But 2021, it's 2024 now. I feel like there's enough of this game done that we should probably see it by now. Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting it to be good. If they don't take cues from X-Men Origins Wolverine, I don't know what the hell they're doing. I mean, they seem to understand where to take cues from. Obviously, Spider-Man and Spider-Man 2 take very heavy cues from Spider-Man 2 on the Xbox and PS2. It was wise of them to do that. They even talked specifically about that, I think, in one of the Vidocs that they had, or some of the interviews they gave before Spider-Man PS4 was coming out, how they looked to that game specifically. So I think they know, they're smart enough dev team to know that X-Men Origins Wolverine is by far the highest the highest regarded superhero game involving Wolverine ever. So like they would be foolish not to take cues from it. But I'm expecting it to be solid. Like I can't pretend like I care that much about Wolverine or X-Men. I did see the Deadpool movie and it was fun. But I don't have a huge connection with X-Men or Wolverine in any real meaningful way. So I'm just looking forward to a fun video game. And if it's half as good as X-Men Origins Wolverine, I'll be pretty happy. And I'm pretty confident in assuming that it will be better, or at the very least, like very high quality. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I should say I have seen a lot of those leaks, and I remember seeing some early, rough gameplay of it. So I have a pretty good idea of what it's going to be. But there's undoubtedly going to be a lot more polish, and I just want to see it, man. I'm just curious at this point.
Same, yeah. I have a vision of it in my head too, and I think it's going to be great. But I'm curious about how it's going to be different, what adjustments they might have made, and I'm curious how the market will respond to it, because there's an assumption that Spider-Man games will sell big, and they do. Will this, by virtue of being connected to those in some way, also sell big? Do people know what Insomniac is? Do they care about Wolverine like they care about Spider-Man? I think not. So,
well, I mean, you say that, but Deadpool and Wolverine was I think one of the biggest, probably the biggest Marvel movie in a long time. So, although that's probably it's more about Hugh Jackman, though. I think, I think Hugh Jackman and Wolverine as a pair are more powerful than either of those characters by themselves, in some way. Or either of those people, so yeah, I think I don't think they would have made the decision to even make a standalone Wolverine game if they didn't understand that there was some deep popularity with that character. But whether or not it's on the same level of Spider-Man, I heavily doubt that. But maybe they can make it. Maybe they can do it. X-Men Origins Wolverine was great. No reason why this can't be.
Yeah, I would expect Wolverine. I mean, just my gut tells me Wolverine's like spring or something. I don't know. You got to just get going on this thing,
in early next year kind of thing.
And it would be cool to. Sony's been so reserved in showing anything. Like, look at Astrobot. Not that Astrobot is a Wolverine level game, but they showed Astrobot and then it's coming out months later. I think that's kind of just going to be, as long as they can keep things kind of buttoned up.
You're right.
How they're just going to approach things moving forward. And it might be the smartest way to do it. But I agree with you. The Raven game is excellent. I would imagine that they've gone back and studied some of what these games have done. And I'll be eager to see how it's received. I feel like this is a much needed game, just from the sense of we don't really know much about what's going on specifically in first party, and this really is one of the only games in the first party single player realm that we even understand exists, although there are certainly others. So if they're keeping everything so close to their chest that we kind of understand games like Uncharted and others are being developed, and we just haven't got an announcement yet, that then by virtue of that, Wolverine's existence being known to us means it's close. And I think they've said 2024 externally, right? But maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it was in the leaks or something.
Yeah, maybe. I think that's yeah, I don't remember. I remember there was a Venom thing that was probably planned for kind of around this. I think everything's kind of pushed back. It kind of reminds me of the
That's right. That's right. That there is that too.
The interstitial. Whether or not, I mean, that could be old information too. That might not even be happening anymore. But I think it reminds me of the the Activision lawsuit back in the day when they got sued for the Call of Duty stuff, and we learned all this stuff about Destiny, but all those plans were a year off because everything got pushed back.
Right.
That might be happening with this, especially because the leaks can be pretty detrimental to the dev cycle. I think that really fucks morale, and it might push some stuff a little bit later than maybe they planned, but it would be cool to have that game in spring. That'd be a great spring game, I think.
I'm reading here. Yeah, that would be sick, because I was thinking like, yeah, the Venom game, like you would do that first, right? But Venom is meant to kind of set Spider-Man 3 up, I think, very similar to how Miles Morales set up Spider-Man 2. And so I think you would want to release those back to back. So I would think Wolverine would come first. So maybe Wolverine 2024, Venom 2025, Spider-Man 2026.
Maybe. I mean, that was the original plan. Like, I don't think it's. Do you think Wolverine is coming out this year, though? You know? Like, I feel like that doesn't have a shot of happening.
No. I guess not. Yeah, that's right. 2020. Yeah, you're right. What am I saying? 2020. I'm sorry. I was saying the dates wrong. 2025, 2026, 2027. That's why.
Right. Okay.
Just a little retarded. I don't feel great. Like, I don't feel great right now. I'm like a little congested suddenly. Like the last 25 minutes or so, I'm not feeling great. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, weird. Do you have allergies? Like seasonal allergies?
Mike and I have been discussing this. Like, I never did as a kid, and then I realized that I just kind of probably do, or at least they've developed. It depends on the locality, right? Like, Long Island has the different kind of flora than down here in California. So right. I definitely wasn't allergic to anything on Long Island, and not in California either, because some people are allergic to pollen and stuff like that. And but here I feel like I actually, because I do sneeze like almost every day, once or twice, and I am like kind of mildly congested, but I think I just ride with it. I'm just kind of, it's sad, but I'm kind of like not used to feeling optimal. It's like, all right, I mean, like,
it's your default
I don't even
state.
think about it, you know?
Right.
But she's been asking me about that, because she's like, why are you sneezing and stuff? And I'm like, yeah, I guess I maybe have developed an allergy to some particular thing down here, or some particular set of things down here that didn't affect me in the other places I've lived. So the short answer is that probably, you know, maybe one day I'll actually do something about it. I don't know. I can't breathe. So Connor.
Oh my God.
Thank you for writing in. Nick Smirniotis.
I'm not even going to try.
Yes. I'm sorry. I've never seen that name before. It looks Greek. I don't know. Sacred comrades, I am a musician who lives in Los Angeles, and am amazed at the number of contemporaries I meet who got into music through Rock Band and Guitar Hero. And not just cover band dive bar players, but professional working musicians. My question is, why have no other developers tried to recreate some sort of music or rhythm game that captures the spirit of those original games? You can ditch the peripherals entirely and maybe develop some sort of VR thing. I know Rocksmith's out there, but it's essentially just a learning app. I think gamers are yearning for a fun game that can teach the fundamentals of learning music. Plus, the potential with newer technology excites me. What say you? There's a lot to say about this, actually, because I think that on VR, there are some apps or some games. Like I think there's a pretty well-regarded drumming game on VR. And so I think some of these things probably exist in the seams if you really went and looked for it. But I will say this, Nick, that I think a major reason why you don't see the pursuit of this more heavily is twofold. The first is licensing is expensive. So to license these things, you need to have like a really workable model of scale. That's why Rock Band and Guitar Hero before it worked so well, is because they were selling lots and lots of these songs. And so they can afford all the licensing costs and all the rest. So there's that. But I think the bigger thing is that Rock Band and Guitar Hero kind of died. And then they did try to come back. And that was in like the mid 2000 teens. Yeah. And remember the new Guitar Hero, and like, I think Mad Catz like basically went out of business or like kind of lost its shit because of one of these things, like that iteration of Mad Catz. And so what I think happened is that when those games came out and didn't hit, that it's like that scares other people. It's like, well, if Rock Band and Guitar Hero can't make it work, like what prayer do we have of doing something similar that licenses music and celebrates that scene in some deep way? So I think that was kind of proof in the pudding that indeed, I don't think there really is a market for this stuff in the same way. But I will say, like, there's a cultural, and you were like kind of the perfect age when Rock Band and Guitar Hero came out. I felt like I was too, for different reasons. I was in my early 20s. Yeah. And that was like a party game. That was like a legit, people get drunk and fucked up and party and like all night, just play Guitar Hero and later Rock Band. And I imagine for kids that era was the same thing, not getting drunk and all that, but partying, you know, having a party, a sleepover, whatever, playing with your friends. Like, I'm sure it's like we were both at the perfect 100%. Age for it. And it was revolutionary. And there was something very specifically social and fun about it. I remember very detailed experiences of playing that with my friends and the songs that we would play and all of that. and where we were in our lives, and both physically and geographically as well. And it is kind of sad, but I feel like, you know, what's interesting about the rise of, and this is a weird thing, but I think they're connected. It's like Rock Band and Guitar Hero came to prominence really before smartphones. Like it was, they were right before smartphones really became a thing. Obviously, smartphones began with like BlackBerry and all that, and you had the first iPhone in like 2007 or 2008. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying like when they really became a thing. This was still like a very present time for people. They weren't that distracted yet. And I think it was like the last cultural thing in games that really benefited from that attention span. Yeah. Because it was like those sessions could last for hours. What I remember about it, dude, is how much, as in my early 20s in San Francisco, you know, like how much everyone loved it. Girls loved it. You know, guys loved it. People that loved games loved it. People that didn't love games loved it. I don't know. So it was a time and place thing. It might not ever be able to be recaptured because things are just different now.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think I agree with a lot of what you said. I think there's a really good case to be made. I think I would probably personally make this case. Like Guitar Hero or Rock Band, I think either or, because they're really not that different from each other. Maybe Rock Band has probably a better shot at counting for what I'm about to say, but in the contention for probably the best games ever made, period. Like there's something incredible about Guitar Hero and I was gonna say Garage Band, Rock Band, that you can't get again. And I think the reason for that is not only everything that you said, but also we have the benefit of, not the benefit, but we have hindsight now of understanding of like these peripherals, these expensive peripherals just kind of sit around now. There's something new and unique and novel about Guitar Hero and Rock Band when they came onto the scene. It was like, it was very, very different. Like we'd not really seen anything like that. And the things that we had seen didn't fulfill that it was like Donkey Konga, but like, I mean, come on. Like it was like the last thing we had even close to that. And this was like something completely different. It captured like, it was also at a really good time too, because that was around the time that rock was kind of like, it was kind of at the end of rock, really, like contemporarily speaking. Like it kind of shifted over to hip hop and R&B after that. We're actually kind of seeing the death of hip hop right now, and like rap, and since it's really transitioning into all this like weird other stuff. It's interesting the way that music shifts like this, but that was a perfect time for Guitar Hero and for Rock Band and for these like band ensemble video games to kind of come out and introduce people to music that they would have otherwise not heard. Like there's a lot of classic rock that Rock Band and Guitar Hero introduced me to that I would have never heard otherwise. Like I would have no reason to have heard, you know, any Kansas, you know, in my entire life. That was the only reason I found any of that stuff. But now it's like many, many years removed. It's like, I feel like people would much rather just play the old Guitar Heroes again than have a new one, I think. And I went to a party kind of recently, like definitely within the last like 10 months, where it was people playing Rock Band. You know, that was like the core thing in the living room. And it was just like, this is an enduring thing that doesn't really need new things. In fact, it's probably better off that it's kind of been abandoned, because now people can just like really crack that shit open.
Yeah, there's like a thing there's a PC version of it, right, that people play, and you can put like any song into it or something.
There's something like that. I saw somebody playing the entire audio track to Shrek. And it's just like mixed with every single syllable and all and it's just like, that's amazing shit. That's top tier stuff, man. Like that's awesome. That's amazing. And in some ways, in a weird way, like the kind of laissez-faire or kind of like hands-off approach of like, this is now abandonware in some way, whatever, has kind of cracked that game open into a state of being that is kind of way more interesting and way bigger than it probably could be with their official support. So I don't know. The peripherals are expensive. It's expensive to break into, like to build those controllers from scratch and to convince people to buy them and to convince people to find space for them. People aren't living in, you know, especially my generation. We don't have houses really statistically. Like we have limited space, limited economy. So, you know, it's a lot to ask for people, especially with the drum set, dude. I remember so many people had that drum set and it was just awkwardly sitting there.
Yeah, it's a relic. No good place. It's a timestamp, you know.
Yeah,
in any picture.
But dude, I loved Rock Band and Guitar Hero. Like I'll never forget. Like perfect age for me. Like in early teens, Always at the parties, always in the living room, people chugging soda and eating pizza. It was great. But that's a time capsule moment that you're not going to get that again, really, at the same volume or at the same depth. And that's okay. That's actually what makes it really fucking cool and special in the first place. And we'll probably have something else that's different.
Yeah, it's fun, man. It's fun to hear about your stories about it too. And it was just a good timing. You know, I got my job in games journalism full time in 2007. And that was around the time when it really started to rise. I had first encountered Guitar Hero in college, I think on PS2 actually. And that was in hindsight, like a very elegant game. Rock Band was the natural evolution of where it would go. But by that, and it was necessary for it to become the phenomenon it ultimately did become. And then Guitar Hero kind of followed suit. But at the same time, it's what kind of led to its downfall because it became too much, you know?
Yeah.
And like the guitar, that Guitar Hero controller and the PSP version of Guitar Hero, I think it was, that had that special add-on that like,
the DS one had it as well.
Oh, DS, maybe that's what it was. That's like so clever. And I love that idea. I wish they just released those for controllers, like to just play it without an instrument. Like that would be fun just to play it as a rhythm game, which is what they were predicated on to begin with. So yeah, it's a time and place thing. It's funny though, dude. I'm very nostalgic for those days as well. Like there was something deeply social about those games. But I think I'm on to something about my identification of the social kind of contact.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. No,
it's with each other then as opposed to now. Like that was an era where you couldn't really be on your phone. There was nothing on your flip phone. You're going to play Snake.
There's nothing worthwhile on your phone.
Yeah. Maybe you were texting someone T9 or whatever.
Yeah. No, you're totally right. I think that's true. I think that's the main reason. There are all other reasons, again, like just understanding of where this leads, of just like having just like a bunch of plastic husks just sitting throughout the house. That probably pissed parents off. But no, man, that's you can't recapture that. And I'm really glad I got to live through it at the time that I really feel like, dude, early high school, or like late junior high, like that was such a perfect time for Rock Band to hit for me. And my entire generation, like I really do think, like I said it earlier, like I really feel like it's probably, I don't know which one you would pick because they're all like ostensibly like variations of the same thing. There's Rock Band, I think, would probably be like the more cohesive kind of evolution of what that would end up being. But like easy contender for like one of the greatest games ever created.
Yeah, I agree with you. Seminal game.
Yep. Incredible. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Really simple, elegant, smart, endlessly pliable. Obviously, because people are playing Shrek on it. Versatile, just great. Culturally amazing.
It requires incredible vision. There were all these. I just remember the music games of the era. And you'd have to go to like the arcade and play like one of those big drum machines or some shit. Or you had like DDR, and then they brought that home, and you had like the big pads. Like my sister Allie was a huge DDR fan, and she had like one of the pads. Those things would break in like 2 seconds, and you had to go like get another one. Everything was always so stunted. Or you had Parappa the Rapper, which was 30 minutes long. You know,
right?
Like, it took like something. And you had amplitude and all that kind of stuff. I understand, and that's obviously where those guys came from and which set them on this trajectory. But it takes vision to make a game like this. Yes,
yeah, it's amazing.
I'm
getting like slightly misty eyed thinking about it. Actually, it's that's one of those things where it's like I don't realize how much because Guitar Hero is not really like a relevant thing today. Like it's not really like it like these things show up at parties or whatever, but we're not talking about it on the show because there's not news about it. It's very rarely a part of the conversation as far as like what we're playing or whatever. Because there's really not much to say about it. It's just incredible as it is. It's kind of like Tetris in that way, where it's like there's no real way to elaborate on why Tetris is so great. It's just like you just understand it as you see it. And one of those things where it's like I don't realize I love it as much as I do until I start really thinking about it and reminiscing. It's like, yeah, that is really incredible. Like what that did.
All right, Nick, thank you for the inquiry and giving us something to spin some yarns about. We appreciate you. And by the way, I just, who was it? I was talking to someone about Rocksmith and how much they liked it recently, but I know some people don't like it, but I just think it's cool that people have access to tools like that. And that like Ubisoft invested in something like that over a really long period of time is pretty neat. I don't know if it's really working out or not, but
It's like a learning app now. They've transitioned out of like a game. They actually they're weirdly ahead of the curve in that sense, where I kind of feel like that's kind of, we talk a lot about how like the future of VR isn't in video games, but in like kind of like AR kind of stuff outside of video games. And I feel like Rocksmith kind of learned that in some way. I feel like they're doing a good job. I've tried it. It's cool. Like it's really awesome. That's definitely like of the low, easy, medium, hard. It's definitely like that's Rocksmith is hard, Rock Band is medium, and Guitar Hero is kind of easy as far as like sophistication goes. That's definitely not something you're going to do unless you're genuinely interested in like pursuing like learning music.
Sure.
But Rock Band and Guitar Hero are like perfect casual. Like most of my friends who did not play instruments loved Guitar Hero and Rock Band. You know.
All right. Next inquiry comes from Ben Rousseau. It says, hello, sweet boys. I want to talk today about mains. Online discourse around fighting games, hero shooters, and other character-based games often devolves into one question: who is your main? The entire concept seems so weirdly backwards to me. I understand having a handful of characters you gravitate to, but the idea of a player only focusing on one fighter from a list of dozens is always perplexing to me. To me, the fun of these games is having a multitude of playstyles to mess around with. If someone only plays as Ken in Street Fighter, like me, or only uses Jenny in Overwatch, are they not depriving themselves of most of the game? Everyone is entitled to play their game however they want, but I think the games would get very old very fast without changing up the loadout. What do you three or two think? What do you think about this? Do you have main characters, or do you like to circulate around? I'm not really too puzzled by the idea of main characters, but
yeah,
characters that you mainly play as.
I think the beauty of these games is specifically that they are so versatile and they give you so many different types of play styles that you fuck around with them until you find the one that really gels with you, and then you excel at that specific thing. Like there's nobody who mains a character doesn't play other characters. It's just a matter of like, this is my preference. These are the things that I really like about this game. These are the things that bring me the most joy. The things that I think I excel at within this kind of play space or whatever we're talking about. And I think it's kind of the point in some ways is to find your play style. Like in Battlefield, I remember I would always go medic because like there was some, and not at the beginning. I fucked around with all sorts of things. I fucked around with like demolitions. I fucked around with like every single class until I landed on the medic, where it's like, oh, I like this role. I like what I'm contributing here. And so that just kind of became my default. And I think that's fine. I'm not really depriving myself of the rest of the game in the same way that, if I play an RPG and to me, this is like playing an RPG, but then like making every single choice and then like save scumming or something, like just so you can like have every single possible outcome. It's like, no, the point of the game is that you're going to not experience every single thing. And that's part of like a game like Battlefield or a game like Overwatch, where it's like, yeah, I'm not a great shot. I'm not a great shot, so I'm not going to play as a sniper character. I'll play as like Pharah. Pharah was my Overwatch main because she had like a jetpack and she had like these big kind of explosive things that you didn't need to be super accurate with them. It was more about like displacing people and like moving people around against their will. It's like, okay, I like this. Smash Brothers, I play Snake primarily because he's such a devious bastard. Everybody gets so upset fighting Snake because he like places bombs everywhere and he's dodging and he's slinking all over. He's frustrating to look at in that game, even because he just clearly looks like he doesn't belong. It would be like seeing Al Roker in Overwatch, where like it's just like all right, I guess he's here. But I've played Smash Brothers extensively. Like I've played Kirby, I've played Link, I've played Marth, I've played like since Melee. I've been playing Smash Brothers, and I've fucked around with a lot of characters, and I know enough about that game, and I have enough of a deep experience with those games to know that like Snake that feels right. Him and Richter in the most recent Ultimate, I think.
Yeah, I never played the newest version of Smash, so I have never even played as Richter.
Richter's fun. His whip is his whip is really, really cruel because he can use it to get back on the stage even if he's like really fucking far. So he has the recovery sometimes is crazy. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, does that strike with you where it's like it kind of strikes me? It strikes me as like just kind of like you're not supposed to experience necessarily everything, or you're supposed to maybe try things out until you find something that works.
I agree. I love what you said about kind of having a feel for what will or won't work for you, even going into a product without having tried some of it, by just knowing what you Take-Two and other things. It's like how I always choose in a lot of games. Like I'm like, I don't want to play as the thief or the mage. I'll just play as the fighter. Like I want to play as just the melee guy, the tank or whatever.
Right.
And so when I would play a game like Street Fighter, I was a little kid when Street Fighter came out. I was 7 and I was obsessed with it. And that was like very, very quaint. There was 12 characters, but you could only play as 8 of them in the original Street Fighter 2. And it was very manageable where you could almost kind of master some of them in some sense and by your own context and who you're playing against. But I knew very early on, it's like Zangief. I don't understand this character. I don't. And then as you go forward to the Street Fighter games, it's like I'm not gonna try Zangief. Like I know I just don't, and I'm not gonna vibe with Armika and all these other characters that are based on him either. And so it's okay to know that. But I do understand that like part of the fun is sampling things, and I would try to like play through the campaign as Zangief and do what I could. But if I was playing the game for real, I would never play as Zangief. I'm gonna play as like a character I'm good at, like Ken.
Right. Yeah. Like the whole point of those games is that they're open to experimentation. And I think what's great about them is that everybody does have like kind of a different answer to like, oh, what's your main? That's the sign of a well-designed game, really. It's like the fact that there's so many people in Battlefield that don't play the medic, that prefer the, the recon or this or that, or the fact that there's so many people who play Smash who like, you can get a bunch of Smash players together and they all will main somebody else, and that's great design as opposed to like games that I love where it's like, it's not necessarily in the main conversation, but you think about like play styles, right? Where like Skyrim, the dominant play, like the best way to play Skyrim is stealth archer, like because you're invisible and you can hit people from forever away, and that just kind of becomes like the thing that like nobody doesn't play that way in Skyrim, at least for like a majority or most of the time until they get bored and maybe have to switch it up. But yeah, I mean, I think mains are fine. I think it's part of good design, really, that there's so many different mains that people can have.
I mean, on one hand, I've known people that are very prodigious at fighting games, especially during my journalist. Like when I started working at IGN, I met people for the first time in my life that were truly good at fighting games. And
it's a humbling experience.
It is. It's very humbling because I would have, until I was 22 or so, I would have been like, they were like, oh, Colin, are you good at fighting games? I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty good at fighting games. I mean, I'm good at Street Fighter. I'm good at some of the SNK stuff. I'm good at like Power Stone and Smash Brothers. And then you just meet people and you're like, no, you're trash actually at these games. And this is where the like complete trash, just trash. And you get exposed and you realize that level of expertise comes from deep levels of obsession. And you can only get that way by the time you get away from Street Fighter 2 or even Street Fighter 2 like Championship Edition and Turbo when it's like 12 characters, 16 characters, when you start getting to these rosters of like 40 or like Marvel versus Capcom or whatever, it's like you can't master all of this stuff. It's not possible. And you run up against the brick wall of the person who like my friend Sin, who's at my wedding, and he's a good buddy of mine going all the way back through IGN. He works at Apple, has worked at Apple for years now. He would call my friends Zangief, because I met for the first time in my life people that could use these unusable characters and not only use them, but destroy you with them. And those weren't the kids I was playing at the movie theater or, even at Icon or like some of these small comic conventions in the 90s. So I really began to appreciate like really the mastery of something like that. And in the few years that I tried playing fighting games with them in the late aughts, I definitely gleamed on to like certain characters, whether it was like Smash Brothers. I really went towards Mario and DDD. I was really into the Ice Climbers too, but by the time you got to the second to last one, they weren't in there anymore. And Ken and all of the rest in Street Fighter and all. So I see it both ways. In other words, it's very attractive to have this roster of very wild, zany characters to explore. But I ultimately understand why people just play as the characters that are comfortable with. Like, why bother doing anything else? It's like having a selection of 40 restaurants, but you already know that you like 3 of the restaurants. Like, why even bother? 3 of the restaurants are great. Like you don't need to go anywhere else. You're good.
Yeah, the way I was. Yeah, exactly. It's like the way I think about it is like I'm down to try whatever. You know what I mean? As far as like food or even like a character. Like I definitely, because Richter was added And so like I didn't know if I would like it. I was like, oh, I like Castlevania. Let me see. Let me check it out. I just out of curiosity. And it turns out, yeah, this is definitely like one of the two players that I'm definitely going to play as forever. But generally speaking, if I'm hungry, I'm going to go to the restaurant that I know I'm going to like. I can only try things at places I'm not sure about if I'm not hungry. Because I don't want my fucking meal to be ruined. You know what I mean? If it's low pressure, I'm just trying this to try it, cool. But in a fucking setting where I'm like, all right, all hands on deck. We're gonna have a Smash Brothers thing tonight. And it's like, all right, I'm not gonna play fucking Kirby.
Right.
Because I suck with Kirby.
All right. Ben, thank you for writing in. Cedric wrote in and said, hey all, according to Wikipedia, Genshin Impact cost $700 million to develop and reportedly costs more than $200 million per year to maintain. This makes it the most expensive game ever made. Do you think that's why Sony backed away from The Last of Us factions? Creating a game is one thing, but maintaining it and competing against the likes of Fortnite, Apex Legends, Valorant, and Overwatch 2 is another challenge entirely. With Bungie having created 2 successful live service games, maybe they caught the ear of the decision makers at Naughty Dog about the potential cost of developing a game with the scope of factions. What say you, Slit Eaters? Oh. Cedric, please. We almost got through the whole show without that.
Almost.
And then you had to ruin it. Thank you for writing in. So yeah, there's no doubt that the ongoing cost of these games is extreme. If that data is true, and I suspect it is, I mean, there's like fucking psychopaths on Wikipedia that go through all these things and make sure that they are properly cited. Although I know there's some contention about that, of course. That's an incredible amount of money. That's a churn rate of a full AAA single player game per year. And there's no doubt that Naughty Dog was scared off about this, and sure, Sony, the decision makers there, were scared off too. But as Chris and I have said in the past, like the bigger thing is, in my opinion, how this snuck up on everyone. Like, oh my god, you scared the shit out of me. Like getting, like you're walking through a dark house. Like, how did you not know the lights are on? You've been in this house for years. You've been walking around the house. The house is decorated. You are living in it. And then like suddenly someone lives there, or like you find a room you didn't know existed. It's like, well, and it's very expensive. Like that's the bigger thing to me. It's like, of course it is. I don't think it's cost this much though. That's a lot of money, but I don't think The Last of Us Factions was going to be Genshin Impact, and that's okay. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. We talked a little bit about this on the Bungie SS Plus too, but I do think this, like what has come out about Bungie recently kind of presents not an alternate version of the story necessarily, but like an alternate maybe intent or an alternate maybe message. Instead of being like, hey, this game sucks, it's not ready, there's no stickiness here, you're better off abandoning it. There's potential to be like, listen, we know your quality, we know your bar is gonna eat you guys alive. And whether you want to do that is up to you, but like strongly suggest maybe not going down this road, because we're in the middle of the craziest financial shit in the world as a result of this high demand and high costs and all that stuff. So yeah, I mean, but I am still like mostly with Colin, where I'm just like, how do you not, I guess, how did you not anticipate, or how is the research not done early on before you even undertook this project at the scope that you were going to take it? How were you not aware of the cost that would go in at all? That really kind of confuses me to this day. And it's possible because they really are not a live service team at all. Like, it wouldn't surprise me necessarily if their expertise is so far from like what is required of live service that there is like a borderline, like probably a surprising amount of naivete as far as like how that model works. But they're connected to this wider studio system, and you'd imagine that they would be able to siphon the requisite talent or the relevant information from people who they trust and know and understand, who know and understand this place or this sector of the industry well. So it's confusing, that whole situation.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about the decision not to release on The Last of Us Online, just with the understanding that it could be an ephemeral product. But
yeah, same.
But I also think that maybe Cedric makes an interesting point here, in just the sense that to compete with the Fortnites, Apex Legends, Valorants, Overwatches, etc. Like you really do need to spend an enormous amount of money. It's a big risk. The unfortunate thing was you were saying, and again, I'll leave most of the Bungie conversation, like you said, to the talk we did on Sacred Symbols Plus, which people can listen to now on Patreon, if you'd like, is it was an opportunity cost. So the money that was spent on Bungie, like could have some of that could have gone into actually scaling and making a game like this go, but we'll never know now. So it's a tough. I think Sony's realizing that this is going to be a tough hill to climb, and they're going to have to play at some tables, like we said over and over again. But I think that the investments need to be very wise and tailored. And every game is not going to work out like Helldivers 2. You're going to have a lot more that are going to work out kind of like Concord is probably going to work out.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
This is another one of these things where it's like, listen, man, Sony's got to stick to its main. Stick to your main. You're good at single player stuff, man. Just stick to it.
Yeah.
You can dabble with Kirby if you want, but really focus on your Richters. Focus on your snakes, please.
Yeah, it's very well said. All right. Willem Dafoe has an unsettling face wrote in.
That's mean.
And says, hey, gentlemen, quick question this week. What should happen when you level up in an RPG? Should HP and MP fully refill to the new max, add on the same percentage of points as the increase, or just stay as it is despite the cap increasing? Colin, since your team is currently making a new RPG, please go easy on us XP grinders and give us full refills on level up. I love this question. I like the idea of leveling and getting all of your health back and your MP, like losing any of your status ailments and all of that. I like that as like a little reward for you. No, I know sometimes the reward is just the grind of getting stronger, and then you go back to the inn and you stay for a night and your health is a little higher than it was last time, and that's kind of fun too. But I like the idea of like getting that little perk, like, oh, because sometimes you're so close and it's like kind of a grind if you can get there before you die, and then you earn it. So I dig that. Where are you on this? Do you have a preference, Chris?
Not really. I think I'm kind of with you, where it's just like, I like the little reward. It's like an extra incentive. I like it especially when you're in the middle of a fight and you just happen to be like close to that rare level up, and then you get that boon. Like that's a great feeling because it feels like almost like an accidental strategy, or like you've gotten one up on the game in some way. I like that stuff. I think it's cool. I think it's a little bit mean to Willem Dafoe.
Yeah,
for no reason. But
seems like one
did
of
I
your
ever show you
over at the Snark Tank with the names.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Did you ever see? Did you ever see the Willem Dafoe Game Boy Advanced Green Goblin?
I feel face? Like that sounds familiar to me. I'll look it up.
There you go.
Let's see.
I feel like I've definitely showed this to you. Like it would be difficult for me to imagine that I've gone this long.
Yeah. This is so horrible. Oh,
it's so, like if I was Willem Dafoe, I'd feel so fucking. I don't know how I'd feel about that. I'd be like, yo, I don't look like that because that's before he's evil. That's just.
Yeah, his eyes are like all bloodshot. Like he's got huge bags under his eyes.
He's like a Draugr, man.
It's funny, man.
His face looks like it has ribs. It's so upsetting.
All right. Yeah. Final inquiry comes from Dylan Manjujak, who wrote in and said, hello, boyos. The website That Park Place recently published an article investigating Ubisoft's marketing campaign for Star Wars Outlaws. It highlights how Ubisoft treated YouTubers and influencers to lavish experiences, including trips to Disneyland and boat tours, before allowing them to preview the game. Additionally, German YouTuber Piet Smeet, I don't know how to say that, was given a 4-hour playthrough of the game subject to an intermediary company's review process. Later, they were asked by the intermediary company to remove their preview video and make changes. Is it standard practice for developers to hire third-party companies to manage review instructions? How is it Ubisoft can provide perks or demand review edits from influencers but not gaming journalists? Is it ethically problematic for Ubisoft to target influencers in this manner? Thanks for all you do. So this isn't... So I won't speak to like the changing of content that's already up and stuff like that. Like usually you wouldn't agree to something like that. You might agree to like parameters in which you can show the game. Like don't show the first 10 minutes. Don't show anything after this. Or don't show these storylines. Don't show cutscenes. Only show gameplay. Like you would agree to that kind of stuff all the time. Often companies would even be eager to send you their own B-roll. When we reviewed Killzone Mercenary back in the day, there was no way to capture from Vita directly. So we would just do over the camera capture of it for our video reviews. And to make the game look better, Sony's like, please don't do that. We'll send you like footage. Like we'll have someone with an HDMI Vita at Gorilla Cambridge, like capture footage for you. And I was like, okay. And we said that in a review, and that was great. So you work with people in different ways, but it needs to be above board. The bigger thing is like the marketing and like the treating YouTubers and stuff like that. Like this sort of stuff is not new. And I didn't realize how weird it was until I was already kind of in it, and then certainly afterwards. I've been invited all over the world for the most trivial reasons, and it's not like some bullshit where it's like, no, it's not really gonna happen. It's like, no, come to Japan so we can show you this, or come to Sweden, or come to Housemarque in Finland and we'll show you. It's like, and I would always say no because I was lazy, and didn't want to travel to a lot of these places. But people used to go to see Assassin's Creed in Italy, and they would go to this and they would go to that, and they would go to Japan for this and that. And being wined and dined is kind of built into that. I thought in some sense, and I wanted to read this specifically because I kind of thought this was done with. But now it seems like they're not doing it to journalists anymore. They've found a more pliable group of people with lower scruples. And I'm not saying they're right or wrong. It's like, I don't know, man. I mean, is it wrong for a YouTuber to say like, I'll work with this company in any way necessary to get access? It's like, not really, because they're not a journalist. They're not supposed to be a critic. I think it's unsavory. I wouldn't give a shit what someone like that had to say, but I don't know if that really matters to their own clientele and their own community and their own, their own customer base. It's just that it's worth noting that IGN was not one of these places. Like we would fly on a company's dime to an event. I've been to many weird places. I've been to casinos and tops of mountains and like fucking like the stupidest shit, but there were companies that wouldn't take I think Kotaku was actually one of them for a long time. That would, if an event was happening and it was like, the event is here at this hotel in this city, they would fly to that city on their own dime, put themselves up somewhere else and still go to the event basically to try to give themselves as much removal as possible. And I totally respect that. And I think that's great. That's not the way we did it at IGN. Like we would, because it was expensive. It's like, yeah, we'll fly us here and put us up here and all that kind of stuff. I don't know if it was right or wrong. I have said in the past that it's hard to make the argument that it doesn't affect you over a long period of time.
Mm-hmm.
In hindsight, you realize how predatory PR is. And it's not like an implication of the people as individuals. It's just that like their job is to make it seem like you're friends. Their job is to make it seem like you know them, that they care about you, that they're interested in you. And it's easy to shrug that off when it's like one-offs. But as you develop relationships with companies and with people, it becomes more embedded in it and in your head. And you do develop relationships and like are able to call people and email people and maybe go out to dinner with them sometimes and do all these kinds of things and keep the connections and like lubricated. Right. And in hindsight, I don't know, I can't give you specific examples, but certainly that played into my decision making at times. It must have.
Yeah. There's
like,
also
it just must have. Like, I don't know. So I've also really realized that in more recent years. And again, I can't speak to like what I've done specifically, but just the cadence probably. And that's why I feel so liberated by not having to deal with that anymore. It's not really them. They're doing their jobs. You just don't have to subject yourself to it.
Yeah, the issue too is that it really isn't even necessarily that it buys favor. It just kind of like throws off the equilibrium of your judgment in general. Because you could be a really objective person, right? And you could be like, okay, let me go to Italy and they're going to put me up here and they're going to give me like an authentic Italian home cooked meal and I'm going to play the game. And it's not very good. And I'm probably going to say it's not very good,
Mm-hmm.
But there's also probably something in your mind that's like, well, am I trying to be harsher than I otherwise would be because I'm aware of the whining and dying? Like, am I trying to overcompensate in some way,
right,
by being even maybe more negative than I otherwise would be? Because I'm aware that I have to keep in mind that like I have a relationship with these people. So it's like, it affects everything in some way, whether you like it. And ultimately, like you can decide for yourself whether or not that's a big deal. We are ultimately talking about video games and our opinions about them. So it's like, it does feel a little bit trivial sometimes when we're comparing like real, like people talking to dictators and shit like that. It's not the same, But if you care about your voice and the clarity of your voice and the authenticity of your voice, like, yeah, you should probably avoid that in some way, unless it's, I guess, unless it plays into something that like I used to have a dream. I would have loved way before this podcast. I wanted to do like video game stuff, and I remember thinking like, oh, it'd be so fun to like get invited somewhere, do all this stuff, play a game, not like it, and just review like the food that they gave me for like 10 minutes, and then at the end be like, the game's not good. Like, I've always like, that's been like a pipe dream. I was like, oh, that'd be so fun to do. I would get blacklisted entirely, but like, it was just for the joke. But that's my entire like being, is for I don't know, man. I'll put stuff out on Twitter that just makes me laugh because it's up there.
Yeah.
And I'm very in it for my own amusement at this point. But not everybody's like that. Some people are like authentic, like they care about what they have to say. They care about the objectivity. And if you're one of those people, then like you have no business doing this stuff, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's true. Like, it was a peculiar situation to put a 25-year-old in. I had no idea what I was really doing. And I don't think I did anything like overtly, well, not even dishonest at all, but it's like certainly not overtly dishonest. Like you said, it's about the cadences that develop over time, and
Sure.
and like the ways you compensate even in the other direction unnecessarily sometimes. But again, it's more of like a feel than anything else. But I understand, I've always understood the outside perspective that there was some deep corruption going on, because it's like, how could you not think that? That's why I always say it's like the payola stuff and all that. It's like, that doesn't, I won't speak for, I don't know if it happened anywhere else. Like, that doesn't happen. In my experience, it never happened. Like, that stuff doesn't happen. It's different than that though.
Oh, like you when you say that, you mean like buying positive?
Yeah, it's like
scores.
no one was like spending money and like buying shit off and paying people on the table. Like, that's just not happening. I mean, like, it's not happening. But the relationship building, like PR, video game PR was for a long time. It's really, I don't deal with it anymore, so I don't know how good it is anymore, but it was very sophisticated at some point, in terms of like, you would be told, I knew people that worked in PR that were like, we have an entire, like, it's digital, but we have like a whole folder on you. Like, what you think about things, like what you like, what you care about. And when something comes up, we try to triangulate all of that with.
That's crazy. That's wild to me.
And this was like big PR firms and big publishers, they know exactly. People underestimate, I think, in a lot of ways, how meticulous these people are in approaching the marketing and reveal of their games, and like who gets access and who talks about what and who says what. And they pour, like, we don't say it in a congratulatory way. It's like Sony listens to this podcast for sure. Every week, someone there listens to it, like on the PR team, not because they want to, but because it's their job to know what everyone is saying. Everyone. Right. Of like any consequence. So it's they laser tailor things in very specific ways. And you only realize it when you're kind of out how true it is. About, oh, you hear from this person about this thing, and you hear about this person, and they're pitching you on this game, and they want to know if you want to come here to see this and all of that. It's not a coincidence. They have 10 slots or whatever. So they're going to try to find. And it's funny, man, we've developed such a cadence with Sacred Symbols that we really don't have much contact with PR anymore, but they still pop up like a couple times a month. Someone will email me from various companies. And it just happened a few weeks ago where it's like someone popped up and was like, do you want access to this game? And I'm like, I appreciate it, but we really we don't. I know that's unusual,
Yeah.
But we're good. We appreciate you. We thank you. Hope you're well. Signed, sincerely, Colin. And it just makes things a little cleaner and easier that way. So now with Last Stand, like the whole Last Stand generations, like you can't interpret it as anything other than, in my opinion, honest and forthright, because there is no. I turn down endemic ads. We don't even advertise video games. And I let the Dukes and Punching Up and others run their shows the way they want to, and they also have their external stuff where they get access in different ways. But Sacred Symbols is our flagship and by far our biggest show, and I really hope that we've proven to people that you actually really don't need access. I know we have advantages by who we are and like what we've done in the past and all of that, and I get that, but I really do believe that there's like a continued widening path for people that want to follow a different route and get away from this soft corruption which is kind of what it is. But you can't blame them. You blame the journalists for sure. You can't blame the companies. They want to. It's like back in the day. I don't know if they do this anymore, but you used to have to go and stay in hotels to play Call of Duty every year. Like Call of Duty be ready to go. You'd get invited to this really nice hotel, room service, like whatever you want. They would lock you in these rooms basically for days and say like, go play away. But you would do it in a 5-star hotel, like catered on hand and foot.
It sounds sick, to be
honest. It's like, but you like can't blame them. It's like, yeah, let's spend like
of course
$500,000. Like who gives a shit? And maybe it benefits us in some way. And just put these guys up, and half these people are fucking poor. I mean, I was one of them. Like it's like we have nothing. Like these kinds of experience. I remember when EA flew me to stay at the Cosmopolitan, which is one of my favorite hotels in Vegas. But at that time, it was like brand new to play like fucking Need for Speed or something. It's like that's like $1,000 a night hotel back then.
Right. Oh man.
And it's like, yeah, you remember it. I remember it because it's one of the nicest places I've ever really stayed at that time, like, or when Bethesda brought us and rented out an entire ski resort to show Skyrim and flew everyone to Utah to do that. It's like and that's modest. The Assassin's Creed Italy shit is like the most famous, or going to Japan or whatever, but I never did any of that stuff. So anyway, Dylan, thank you for writing in. Good, leaping off point for another fruitful conversation, but that's all we have for this episode of Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. Chris, I say goodbye to you. I wish you very well. What are you doing with the rest of your day, your weekend, and so on?
Well, I mean, wait, well, what day is it?
It's
Thursday, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Friday. I thought you made me think it was Friday for a second.
Yeah. No, I understand.
Weekend. Oh my God. No, I'm thawing some chicken out right now. I'm going to make myself some wings.
Oh, cool.
Waiting for it to thaw. But yeah, I don't know. I'm probably going to play some more. I'm really eager to get back to System Shock. I don't know. That game's got like a hold on me. Something about it. It's a really special feeling. But yeah, it's probably going to be the rest of my day.
Awesome.
I think.
It's raining here. We have like the remnants of that hurricane that just hit the southeast.
Oh,
it's not like horrible. It's just rainy. So
right.
Nowhere for me to really go. No pool or anything like that for me to go into right now because it's all fucked up out there. So I think I'll just work out and roll into dinner later on and play more of this. What is this? Eiyuden Chronicle Rising. Get that out of the fucking way. And then move on to something else. So, well, that was fun. That was good. It was good to do a one-on-one again. We haven't done that in a while.
Yeah, I feel like I was still kind of feeling things. It's weird. It's very different. I think it's because I'm like aware that this is going to be like the next several episodes that I'm like tripping myself up. It's like, ooh, I got to feel out this new dynamic. I've grown so accustomed to Dustin bars. Yeah,
it's usually it's frustrating. It's not frustrating. I don't mind actually. It's totally fine. But all my timestamps are probably going to be a little off, so I have to fix those when they're up. And then because like I would forget, until like 3 minutes and I'd be like, right, again, and like over and over again. And then since I can't bounce over to two different people, I don't have as much research time that I used to have where I'd be like, oh yeah, let me look this up for you, or let me figure out what this date is or whatever. Because you really have to be just much more applied to the conversation,
right.
So we have some adjusting to do, but that's the way it used to be. So
yeah, 100%.
All right, Chris. Well, be well. And we'll see you next week. And well, everyone will see you for more, and me as well, on Sacred Symbols Plus as well for the Bungie conversation. So thank you for your support over there. Patreon.com/LastStandMedia for early ad-free access to every episode of our show. LastStandMedia.store for merch. bit.ly/Sacred Dukes for tickets to our live show in San Diego. We hope to see you there. We'll see you next time for more. Until then, goodbye.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.